Welcome to Adrift in Aldhalor, our weekly actual play D&D show set in our homebrew world of Aradun. Our music is licensed through musicbed.com. Occasionally we use TabletopAudio or Syrinscape for stuff. I'm gonna bring Shannon on. Shannon, you can talk, but you are not on camera because I forgot to fix the cameras from last week. So, but they can hear you.
Dare you?
You'll be on there in a second.
Good thing I have a very memorable voice. Is the audio working? Is the question? Are the bars moving?
The bars are moving, and you were offended long enough for me to get your camera on.
Excellent. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Paradice and our long-term campaign. We're approaching episode 100. I just realized we're on episode 96 tonight, which is pretty damn cool. We've been going at this for, what is it, 2019, 5.5 years.
Yeah,
I think
the whole
that's
shebang.
pretty cool. Whole shebang. 5.5 years. Yes, no, this campaign has not been going for 5.5 years. This one's about 2 in a couple months, but still, it's pretty cool. Anyway, I'm going to talk about some of the people who have been with us on our many nerdy adventures, starting with Underground Oracle Publishing. They are a TTRPG publisher creating new worlds for the Cypher system and beyond. Their current focus is Foxfire, a science fiction TTRPG with a strong emphasis on high adventure and fun, full throttle action where you play as anthropomorphic animals who left Earth behind long ago to take their place among the stars. For as little as $3, you can become a member through their website and gain early access to this developing TTRPG and each of the worlds that they create. Next, we have Edward Yorke. Eddie is our beloved character artist. He is an illustrator based in the UK who makes art for games and books. To visit his portfolio and get in contact with him, visit eyorke.com, and that's Yorke with an E at the end. Last, but certainly not least, we've got 1985 Games. They create affordable, accessible, high-quality accessories for D&D and other TTRPGs. Sean has been using their NPC cards throughout this entire campaign to give us rich, in-depth, dynamic NPCs to interact with, and they've all been fabulous. So if you would like to purchase any of those cards or any of their other accessories and products, you can use the code paradiceprod for 10% off your entire order. And that's it. Join us on all the socials on Paradice Prod, except X, which is Paradice Pro. And the VODs will be up to date eventually. Just eventually.
VODs? What VODs?
Yeah.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
So funny, Sean.
Yeah.
Hysterical.
It's almost as bad as the recaps.
I
was thinking about those. Worse. I was thinking about those yesterday, and like for a brief moment, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go write them all. And then I was like,
it's like an ADHD fix. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna do it.
I didn't. Instead, though, I did start drawing a map for you guys.
Oh, like a legit one, like on pretty paper and all that.
On pretty paper, yeah. So, hopefully, we shall have more detailed map for you all soon.
Thanks, friend.
All right, let's bring the rest of them in.
Let's do it. Oh no, we lost somebody. It's all right. No. They're not even here apparently. So
yeah, but we were going to start with him, but I guess not.
Awkward. Well, you still have to recap. Yeah, just vamp until he gets back.
Yeah, all good. All right.
Don't worry, guys. I could riff a couple of minutes here.
We're back on your farm, so you can tell us what we do to.
No.
Okay.
I don't want Michael riffing.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, look at him. Look at him. Just in time. All right. Let's. All right. So, last we left off, Iron and Mana had defeated the Herald, the undead lieutenant or general of the darkness and corruption plaguing the ruined holy city of Samalto. They then ascended to to the temple firmament, where they met Sigil. And the party rushed to the glacier across a long causeway leading deeper into the mountains, where Sigil indicated to Fyrn that his brother would be, as well as the corpse of Erfost the dragon. Bruce stayed behind for a moment to speak with Sigil about the rifts that were opened on his behalf, and trying to ensure that they would be closed when the work was done here. Sigil told him they needed to stay open, but that he would consider closing them when the work is done. The party found Fyrn's brother in a sorry state. He had been fighting off undead for who knows how long, with the Ithildagnir, the fabled legendary hammer that Fyrn and his brother were set or exiled from their homeland to find as punishment. His brother had suffered a mortal wound and was being taken by the curse of the Ithildagnir, being deemed unworthy to wield it. Through a tender and emotional moment, as his brother was frozen and died, Septimus noticed something peculiar about the blood pooling in the room from the skull of the great titanic dragon, Erfost. He observed this blood, and then soon it began to bubble, and a voice cried out to all, cursing Fyrn's brother, mocking Fyrn's sorrow, as Lord Raven appeared in a bloodied simulacrum of Fyrn's brother, wielding a giant scythe. He seemed to be struggling to maintain his form, as in Fyrn's brother may have wounded him before this fight when he was still alive. A battle ensued, a deadly battle. The party was already wounded, had not rested from the previous fight, and they were without Sass, who was staring catatonically back at the temple with Sigil. It came down to a final duel between Lord Raven and Jacquette, as the rest of the party lay bleeding and dying on the floor. Thankfully, Jacquette was able to revive Bruce and fire the killing blow at Lord Raven, destroying him, and finally ridding the city of all corruption of the Scathefulum and the undead. The party all were risen with the various healing potions that remained. Bruce being healed by the expired healing potion gifted by one of the villagers of Sercanto, which is a good thing it wasn't a nat 1, or he would have been poisoned. But the party returned to the firmament for a few final words with Sigil. They learned that some sort of reckoning was coming, that Sigil was preparing for. He insinuated that this had everything to do with the Modron and their great march, though little information is known about this. He also promised that the work he was doing here was the decomposition of the god corpse, to ensure no other corrupt entities came to harvest or utilize the dark magic there, and to return Erfost's spark, divine spark, to the body of Aradun itself. He promised Bruce that once this was done, he would close the portals here. Compromise of sorts. The party then witnessed Bruce's spectacular magic trinket that sends them back to Septimus's basement teleportation circle. This contraption seemed to whiz and whir as it darkened the space around them, and then very rapidly, with a bit of a flashbang, a bit of a spark here, teleported the party back to Septimus's farm, where the space returned to the normal lighting, and they saw they were in the basement. But they were without one member of their party. Bruce was nowhere to be seen. Oh, the only other thing that I forgot was that Baron did say that he was going to travel south, and that he would meet back up with you all in Hyven if he's in the area. Sass, he also said to you that if you were serious about removing your patron, getting out of your contracts, that he would be happy to speak with you when you reunite in the south. Before teleporting, you also had a funeral pyre for Fyrn's brother to send him off with honor to whatever beyond he's present at. Sigil also gave you guys a little bit of a history lesson about the Wayward One and souls and things like that. But you can watch the VOD for those once we post it. All right. So before I jump into the Bruce of it all, you all do though see yourselves come back. You are in the circle that is in the, well, first of all, it's not in Septimus's basement proper. It is in the secret room Bruce created using the Mold Earth spell. So you all find yourself in a room you've never seen before, but you do know that you're in Septimus's basement.
I was going to correct you, and I'm glad that you remembered this.
I remembered it just in this moment, that it's in the secret room. So, and I imagine the secret room is not like it's molded out of the earth. So it's just like stone and dirt walls, and there's just like a curtain almost that Bruce put up that separates it from the actual basement.
I think there's like a piece of furniture, either a bookshelf or an armoire,
yes,
that I might have said.
There's an armoire. There's an armoire that you've put in front of the hole in the wall.
I knew about him doing that, right?
Yeah, I think you told Septimus.
I think I did. I think I told him I'm doing something in the basement, and I'm gonna be yeah.
But you all breathe in for a moment. The air is significantly less cold. If anything, many of you start sweating with your winter gear on. It is still winter, but you're in the south, the southernmost part of the island, so it's significantly more temperate. You definitely want not to wear shorts and short sleeves, but it's very warm for you all, even in the cold basement. But you look around and see not everyone's here. You have your companion Sal, you have Septimus, you have Jacquette, you have Fyrn, but no Bruce to be seen.
I'm there too, right?
It's funny because I was looking at you while I said all of this, so I was looking at you as if I was talking to Sass, and that's why I didn't mention Sass. Yes, Sass is there. Sass got left back in the glacier. She's running up the closet like, wait,
shit.
don't forget me. No, everyone is there except Bruce. Yeah.
Did we get to say goodbye to our axe beaks?
No.
Actually,
Baron
no,
took them,
probably
but
not.
no,
Because, yeah. Bye, Hershey. Love you.
We cooked them over the fire and had chicken legs.
yeah, there's a feast.
Ostrich legs. More
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah. You actually have so much food because they're very big beasts.
Amy, though.
Yeah.
Where's Bruce?
Should
Uh,
be
He was.
right with
but
us,
he-
looking around. I'm sure it's extremely dark in this
I-
crevice. I probably can't even see. So, is he not
Yes.
in here?
He's little too, so he might have ended up smushed somewhere.
Bruce?
Bruce. Oh, Bruce. Bruce.
And
Bruce!
as we hear these Bruces echoing through the emptiness. Bruce.
He went to the Tashi station.
You find yourself somewhere very different. It's not cold like the north, but it's cold in the sense that you feel almost like you're in a void. But you open your eyes and you can feel hard ground. You're not floating anywhere. you try to stand up, but you find yourself crammed into a small space. You are at the end of some kind of tunnel. You look around you, and with your tremor sense, you can see that you're kind of surrounded by what looks like junk. There's old pipes, sheets of metal, sawdust. But then you look and you see there's just sort of like a marble statue that's crumbled. You see a literally just stacks of hay. You see the side of a building seems to be kind of fallen on top of this space. You look forward and you can kind of see vaguely that there is sort of it's almost like you're moving through a duct, or literally like a vent, an air vent. It's a square tunnel that you're in. And at first you look at it and you're almost like you can't quite get your sense of gravity either. It almost feels like you're walking along a surface, but you can somehow sense that maybe through your tremor sense that you're walking vertically. You're not on a horizontal plane. Space doesn't seem to be making as much sense here. It's almost like you're at the bottom of a chute where people are dropping trash or detritus.
Can I guys? Does it echo?
It does echo. And you would...
Oh no.
You hear something shift as soon as you make a noise like this. And you kind of look around and move. And as you move, you feel like underneath you give way a little bit. And that flat surface is now kind of like junk. And like you kind of like almost fall down a little bit and you feel kind of like everything like shift down. And you're now lower, and that chute exit is now 5 feet above the trash line that you're in.
Can I reach into my bag and just take out like a piece of scrap metal, and I just want to just like softly toss it in the air and then keep tossing it and see how it, if anything changes.
Yeah, as you're 1 second, let me just refresh Bardly because it stopped playing for me. There we go. As you're tossing this tool up in the air, there's like moments when it like shifts weirdly, almost like there's other gravitational forces in this space. And like there's a point when it literally does like a loop and then lands in your hand. There's a point when it literally goes through your hand and then loops back around and comes into your hand. But it seems like you almost feel like you're mentally willing it to your hand, as opposed to it actually being affected by like real gravity as you understand it.
Okay. With that thought, can I try to mentally control the junk around me to like lift up a little bit?
Give me a intelligence check.
Bruce becomes a
That's
psycho.
natural 20, so it's a 25.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you start to...
The reaction just to get the 30.
You would see that like things start to shift, and if you were to will anything to your hand, it would come to your hand.
Is there any like a plate in the junk?
Like plates of metal, or like a glass plate.
Like think like a plate of metal, or like just like a flat piece of junk.
Definitely.
Like a
definitely.
plywood.
You can easily find a flat piece of junk because there's everything. Like there's so many random things here. Like there's just like a giant dragon skull in one corner. There's like anything you can think of. other than maybe like super crazy magic items that you want to just grab, is is in this space. Like there's weapons, there's armor, there's blocks of wood, there's brick, there's materials that you don't even really quite recognize that are almost smooth like glass but seem hard like metal. But yes, you can find something flat.
Okay. Well, I mean, if I'm seeing all this other stuff too, I mean, could I quickly assess its value, even though I know I'm in this like fucked up place?
I mean, there are certainly things here that are very valuable. Like there's just sort of like just scrap metal here. There's these statues probably have value to somebody. I mean, a set of plate armor is always valuable. Swords are valuable. Like everything here could have value to someone, but it's all collected here in a junk heap.
Right. I'm gonna take like 2 items. I'm gonna take just like some of the weird material that I've never seen before, and maybe like a statue.
Yeah.
And throw it in the bag.
Totally.
And then I'm gonna set up that flat piece of scrap metal or plate, as it were.
Give me a intelligence saving throw.
Oh. Okay. 27.
27. Okay. When you're placing things in your bag of holding, you feel this weird sensation as soon as you open the bag of holding. And you almost feel like you like pause for a moment. You stare into the black void of your bag of holding, and you feel yourself almost like sink into it. Like you're about to be pulled into your bag of holding, and then it stops, and then you shake your head, and it's just your normal bag of holding again.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna look back up the chute. I'm gonna stand on that flat plate, and I'm gonna try to see if I can lift myself up very slowly.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. So, you give me an intelligence check.
Okay. Can't always get that lucky. 10.
Okay.
But I'll add 5 to it for if it helps me.
If you add 5, it will help you.
I will do that then.
Okay. So at first it's really wobbly, and you're like kind of like, because like it's weird. You're like, what is this? Do I have to believe?
Right.
and like for a second, like you getting distracted by the actual like physics of this causes it to not work, almost like you are disproving it, and it's not working. But then you're able to have a flash of genius and just say, just go with it, just go with it, just go with it, and it just starts to. And when you open your eyes and look up for a second, you see 2 sets of eyes at the top of the chute, and then they disappear.
Oh, I mentioned like I immediately fall because Bruce gets scared and loses concentration.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then as you kind of like fall to the ground, you would start to hear crawling sounds, like something is crawling across metal.
Oh god. At this point, I think do I have Lollyrock with me?
No, Lollyrock is the only thing that made it through of your belongings.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I don't have any spell slots left.
You start to hear that crawling sound again, and it sounds like something with many legs, like a centipede, but probably medium-sized.
Gonna go right back up on that plate.
Okay. You are able to hover up shakily until you get to the top of the chute, where it seems to have ledges that go left and right, and you can grab onto one and pull yourself up.
I will absolutely do that.
Give me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, okay. Oh, I just rolled. Okay, whatever. I'll still use the roll, but it's not good. It's a 7.
Okay. Suddenly, you feel all of the gravity give way. And
oh wait, it's 11. It's 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
Suddenly, you feel all of the gravity give way.
Add 5 to it.
And you feel yourself fall down. Like it's weird. You're lifting yourself onto this ledge, but then you feel yourself lose all sense of balance, and you fall, and then you hit a solid surface, and you look up, and everything is flipped completely upside down, and then you see something just as just a sword falls from the detritus and just stabs the metal ground right next to your head, and then you start to hear as all of this junk now starts falling down the chute towards you. And before it can hit you in the face, all of these like metals and sharp detritus, you just feel again everything falls away from underneath you as if a trap door is opened, and you feel yourself thrust down as if this is an avalanche of detritus, and you roll, smack your face down onto hard rock, and you hear ching, 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 and you look, and you're on a mountain of junk and garbage, and you look, and you see your little black cube is fallen out of wherever it was, and if it was in a magical place, it still is just sort of fallen from it. If it was in the bag of holding, it's somehow come out of it, and it's just ching, ching, and it's falling down this massive hill of garbage.
No. Bruce is gonna run out, stumble, and fall on his face, and try to crawl his way towards it.
Yep. And as you're kind of crawling through this junk, you would hear that sound of like claws against metal. And you look over, and you can see this creature is crawling amongst the junk. It seems almost half metal, half organic. It has long, slithering body that has these climbing legs. It has hundreds of legs, like a centipede. But then it has a torso like a humanoid. And on its hands are two giant, almost like lobster claws. And then its head is sort of is kind of like a kabutops in that way, that it's like a plate. That was the best way I could describe it. And it has like this mouth that kind of goes down its neck and is almost like a vertical mouth that has several mandibles, not teeth, mandibles going all the way down it, and it is chasing you.
Does it look? I can't remember if the description represent or is similar to that of the Machina that we fought off the shoreline as like a representation of Iron Mana.
Oh no, it doesn't look like that. No.
Okay, all right. I couldn't remember what that one looked like, but
It
I thought
definitely
it
definitely looks like a
crab-like.
weird mix of organic and metallic. Like it has metal plates on it, but then you can see parts that look like they're flesh-like.
Now, is it approaching me from on top of the junk or within the junk?
From on top of the junk right now.
Okay. I'm going to still run after the cube. I might not as cool looking, but use Bruce's shield to kind of Legolas
Sled.
down.
Yeah. All right, give me an acrobatics check.
Absolutely. That's a 7. I could bring that to a 12. It helps me.
It doesn't.
Ah.
While you're kind of like trying to get this sled of a shield going, and it's just not quite working, you keep like falling forward. Give me a quick intelligence check.
Okay. Not rolling well. 11.
Okay, you're not able to kind of believe yourself into sliding. If anything, the shield like catches at a point and kind of like almost catapults and flings you forward, and you feel yourself like fly forward 10 feet, and you land and you look in front of you, and your little shard or your little cube is right in front of your face. And you hear behind you just the skittering of these metallic pincers, claws, everything just skittering across junk. And you grab the cube, and just as you grab it, you kind of turn over, and this thing is now standing over you. You can see that like the organic material of it is almost like oddly like it's still like synthetic looking almost, but it's in like muscle sinew. As it's standing over you, about to like literally just grab you and chomp down on you, you see suddenly this flash of blue light, and this thing just disintegrates. And it disintegrates in a very specific way, where its form almost turns into cubes, that almost like pixels, that then just dissipate like bright blue light. And you can see kind of just like hovering above it is this golden sphere with a single eye, a mask of jaws over what could be a mouth, as just like little wings are sort of flapping, clearly magically lifting it. It's flying. It's basically a golden snitch with a big eye, just staring down at you. A big red eye staring down at you.
Oh, no.
The sky now you're on your back, you can see that the sky is this weird amalgam of clouds. But in some places the clouds look solid. In some places they look like liquid, almost flowing like a river of water. The sky is like a mosaic painting, almost like a mosaic Jackson Pollock painting. These liquid, solid air clouds are all manner of colors across the spectrum. But this place is very unnerving and like nothing makes sense, and there's just junk everywhere, like a huge dump, like you're walking through a dump. But there's and then you look around, you can see points of red light across this entire field, and they're all these flying orbs that are like Modron, but like their legs and arms have been ripped off, and they just have the red eye and the shield plate over their delicate ceramic mouths. And the eye just looks.
Can you speak? As Bruce is like backing out.
You see, it sort of like breaks it. There's a crack that appears across its head, and then there's a flash of light as it shatters, and you can see all of the metal pieces of it are floating in the air like a suspended explosion. Like it exploded, but all of the pieces, it's like before the shrapnel shoots out, all just frozen in time. And you just see just sort of this white light, this white wisp is in the center, and that kind of like crawls out, and that whole thing is frozen in time. It's not moving. As this little wisp-like form crawls out, and crawls over to you, and it kind of has a similar form to that metallic creature that was just killed, and it has these two big red eyes on its head, and it just stares at you with these big red eyes, reaching this little hand out to touch you.
Bruce just not. Bruce keeps backing up.
And in this robotic voice, it just sort of squeaks out in this deeper. And like you look at this little delicate wisp, and you think it's gonna have an angelic voice, but it has this deep voice. It's just spatial or not spatial anomaly. Diagnosis. Return to plane of existence. Is it
Sean?
Yeah.
As I'm backing up, can I attempt another intelligence check to some piece of junk that's like horizontal to this wisp? Just slam it.
Yeah, give me an intelligence check.
All right, cool. I have septimitis. That's
It's
an 8.
hepatitis.
Septimitis is your is the worst version.
Oh, I see.
What'd you get?
It's an 8.
Excellent. It flings, it kind of shakes a little bit, and this is very like Star Wars like, where you're like, I imagine like trying really hard to use the Force, but it's not working. As this thing is reaching towards you, and as soon as its finger almost touches you right in the nose and the snoot, you feel once again the bottom drop out from underneath you, and suddenly you collapse through space with all this junk, and now you're falling through the sky with all this junk around you. No sight of this strange Modron-like creature. And you're rushing towards the ground. And as soon as you're about to hit it, you stop. And then you see your cube fall past your head and hits the ground.
Oh no! No. Am I like? Can I get down?
After a second of you trying to swim through the air, you hit the ground.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna crawl back to getting the cube.
You are now kind of like in a different part of this junkyard, where you can see clearly like someone is trying to live here. You see like a shack made out of this detritus, but clearly has been put together to create a little shack. You can see some of the ground has been cleared away, and you can see the remnants of a campfire. Like you're not the, I guess you're not the first person to be here. This doesn't look like something that that thing lived in, if those things live in anything. Okay.
I run up to that area and try to inspect to see if I can see any sort of, how long somebody might have been there, or if there's any sort of, if there's anything of use there, or as far as information or material.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
31.
31. There's a lot here.
Okay.
You're able to find inside. You're able to open the door and go in the shack if you'd like. There does seem to be evidence of someone who's been here recently in the shack.
Okay. Yeah. I want to go inside the shack. Yeah.
Okay. There is a desk. There is there's a salvaged bed that looks very uncomfortable and lumpy. But there's a book on the desk.
Does this, do I hear anything? Now that I'm in the shack, do I hear anything on the outside? Does it seem like I'm safe? Do I feel like I'm...
As soon as you stepped into the shack, all sounds of the exterior disappeared. And it's almost like a thrumming void in here.
Oh. All right. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and... look at the desk. I'm not going to sit at the desk yet, but I'm just going to look at what's on the desk and around the desk.
So the desk has a quill there. There's no ink. But the quill seems wet with ink. The desk has some peculiar artifacts on it that were collected from the junk outside, it looks like. You can see one that is Bruce doesn't know what this is, but in real life it would look like a radio. It reminds Bruce of the gramophone, but it's not. It has dials on it and numbers he's unfamiliar with. Another portion of it has kind of these this broken flat disc that has almost nondescript. You'd mistake it for a frisbee, but it clearly has a bunch of marks on it, like someone was messing with it. And you find a little wind-up toy there as well, that has a turn on the back, and clearly is one of those walk on its own little toys of a duck.
Huh. Yeah. I guess Bruce will like sit down and like, you know, kind of toy with all the items. And then after sitting down, Bruce is probably gonna like just, you know, just to reassess where the hell he is.
Yeah.
He's gonna hesitate. He's gonna open up his bag of holding real quick and just slowly like look inside. Like, you know, he's gonna be really careful about how he opens it. Before he was like willy-nilly like, huh, yeah, but now he's.
Yeah. Give me an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, okay. Every time. 26.
Okay, again, there's that moment of it's the call of the void. It's that feeling that people have when they're on the side of a cliff and they think, "What if I jump?"
Oh, and so I guess I'll just close it again. All right, I guess I'm not keeping these items. Shit.
But there's just a journal on the table with those things.
Yeah. I guess Bruce will take a look at the journal.
Open it up, and it's clearly written with the quill. It's a little hard to read their handwriting, but it's immediately familiar. And you can even see at the top of the page where there's also the date written of the first date in this journal being from the past, but it is listed in the top, and you remember this because he signed everything this way when he wrote things. Voon. Your grandfather. This is one of his journals.
Oh, and what is the date?
When is the last time your grandfather was seen? Or when did he go on his trip that he never came back from?
Yeah, I think that was probably, or 8 years prior to where Brutus is now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the date would be, let's say 7.5 years prior.
Yeah. All right.
Roughly.
Okay. Oh.
You feel yourself feel fluttery, and you feel like you almost start to float off the ground as you're holding this, as you're almost like you're losing concentration on your fixed place in this world.
Okay. Bruce is gonna close the book real quick and then just kind of reassess where he is. Do I fall back down after doing that?
You do fall back down.
Okay. Bruce is really contemplating how to get into his bag of holding.
You hear the sounds of the exterior suddenly kind of come all back at once. Almost like in regrounding yourself, you've regrounded this place too. And you hear the sounds of junk outside. You actually hear the sounds of just like junk falling from the sky. And then you hear the sounds of someone walking outside. Doesn't sound like the footfalls of anyone you know, but it has this strange sort of like heaviness to it. There's just there is a window in the shack if you want to peek out.
Yeah, I'll probably see a. Yeah.
You look outside and you can see this very strange figure walking around this place. It is about 10 feet tall. Its legs are very long, almost stilt-like. It doesn't have big, massive trunks of legs or like feet that warrant this weight. but its legs are quite long, and every time it steps, it almost compresses the space around it. And it goes up to a torso hidden underneath a tattered robe. But you can see kind of like hanging out of the sleeves of the robe are two long clawed hands with kind of white fur on them. And then in the center, in front of it, another set of arms kind of holding their hands steepled out. And then you look up to the head, and there is a goat's head that has a third eye in the center of its forehead, and ibex horns coming off as this thing seems to be wandering this space.
Bruce is gonna do his best to kind of isolate the shack from any sort of attention from any outside folks. So yeah, he's gonna cover up the window with what he can.
As soon as you try to cover up the window, Bruce, the walls of the shack fall off. You're exposed. And this thing is looking right at you.
Bruce is going to grab the book and run for it.
You start to run, and you are just moving in place.
Come on.
It's like you're running on a treadmill as this thing just walks up behind you, and you can feel that it's right behind you.
Oh. Bruce is not going to look at it. Bruce is going to close his eyes and try to, like, force it away.
Give me an intelligence saving throw.
25.
Okay. You try to force it away with your imagination. You can't tell, though, until you open your eyes. It's not there. It's gone.
Whew.
You actually look back, and the walls are back on the shack.
Keep it together, Bruce. Bruce is gonna go back into the shack.
You're still in the shack.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like literally, when you started to run, you didn't even move from the shack. You were running in place on the boards of the shack.
Sorry, yeah. In my head, when I said run, I got
you started it, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Bruce is just gonna sit back down and open the journal again, because just to figure out if he can glean any more information from his grampy, what this place might be.
You find the notes are in the beginning of the book that you're reading are very much like notes you're familiar with from your grandfather. Very precise, very clearly a scientist's mind, and then he was testing things. Like you hear, like honestly, like some of the exact same things that you did. You see him writing out his experience, learning that he can manipulate things with his mind here. That there's no fixture of space or time here. You see notes about how he does not experience hunger here. That he doesn't need to eat. That it seems like time passes rapidly but doesn't pass at all. How if you leave a single location for too long, you might find yourself just back in that location. Or you might find yourself mind wandering to something you saw yesterday, and then you blink and open your eyes and you're standing in front of it. and just the strange nature of this world. It's as you're reading this and you're focusing and you're concentrating on it that you hear the sound of something hovering outside. A loud bellowing noise as you can see kind of the color red bleeding through the cracks of the shack, like something is shining a red light on it.
It's at this moment Bruce is going to think about the last 2 times that he kind of just fell through space, close the book and close his eyes and try to see if he can just... He's assuming, based on that sound, that he's trying like just another scanner of whatever this Modron-like thing, yeah. And he's just gonna try to escape it again by just falling through space again.
Give me an intelligence check.
22.
Okay. You close your eyes, you envision this, and then you feel you're weightless. You open your eyes and you're in nothing but black. The red light is gone, but you're not in the shack anymore.
Okay. I'm gonna try to just picture the desk again and the chair in front of me.
I'll carry your intelligence check over. They just appear in front of you.
This is a slight thought of like, it's really cool. But then also, and then immediately be, all right, I gotta go figure out where the hell I am. And I'm gonna sit back down and keep reading the journal.
You start reading the journal, and you find yourself at some point just obsessively reading the same sentence over and over again.
Okay.
And it's not anything specific. It's literally just your grandfather writing about how much he misses food. And it's just like a sentence about your grandmother's cookies. And it's just you're reading that over and over, and it feels like forever. Like time is passing and passing, passing and passing. But all you can do is read this sentence over and over and over and over again, until a very light flick in your mind to something other than the sentence, and suddenly you blink and you open your eyes and you are in a new place completely. You can see things floating in the air here. It's still the junkyard, but there's just sort of like, you'll see something like almost vibrate and then like move where its echoes are still behind it through the air, and then just drops down to the ground, and then dissipates into these cubic light.
I'm gonna make
Again,
the assumption
the horizon, little red lights flying in the air all over this junkyard.
Bruce remembers how he made that teleporter. Can I attempt to start gathering materials or picture materials in front of me to recreate that?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me an intelligence check.
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, so you're starting to picture things, and you are able to get some materials. You know, there are so innumerable pieces of scrap here that like you just start to think about something, and then you open your eyes, you're in a different place in the junkyard, and sitting there is just this tool that you needed. It's almost room of requirement, like if we're gonna reference certain things. You keep doing this, and then you suddenly like come out of a trance where you found that you, for as far as you could tell, maybe 10 hours, but time doesn't really pass. You're just standing looking down at a gear. And just like staring at it, and suddenly like you blink your eyes and you're like, you come to, and you know that you've been standing here for what you could only believe to be hours. And like your mental fortitude like gives way for a second, and you actually feel nauseous, as if you just like were flipped upside down 7 times on a roller coaster. But all you were doing was standing there and staring at a gear. And as you're catching your breath, you would hear a voice from right behind your head, over your shoulder.
You don't belong here.
No, I don't.
And you turn your shoulder, and the goat creature is kneeling next to you. And its long, spindly legs are like, it's literally like kneeling on the balls of its feet. So there's just these huge legs that are like here, with its whole body kind of just nestled between them, as those 2 steepled hands never move. And you can see within them is sort of this pure white fire. And the other 2 hands are just sort of up like this, almost like in its the best approximation you can say to it being almost like welcoming in a weird way. Like it's just like, but its mouth doesn't move when it speaks. And it seems like the 2 goat eyes, they're goat eyes. They've got the weird pupils, so you don't, like, looking into them doesn't feel like someone's looking at you. But the eye in the middle feels like it's staring right at you. And it is vertical versus horizontal.
Where am I? Where are we?
Do you wish to return home?
Yeah, kinda. But first, tell me, what is this place? How did I get here?
This.
He reaches towards you. And it doesn't do anything but move its hand and then go like this. And through the movement in the shadows, your cube appears in its hand.
What does it do?
It touches planes of existence outside your own. It's broken. Let me fix it.
In the cube, the space around the cube seems to like rapidly move. The cube literally disintegrates and then reappears several times. It then kind of like almost degenerates like to like a rusted little cube of nothing. Turns to dust at one point and just flings around in the palm of this thing's hand before coming together. And you can see it's still a black cube, but the sigils on it seem to almost have moved to a different position. And you can see some of the black exterior shifts to a gold exterior. As you can see distinctly on the top of it now, a button. And then it just sort of moves its hand like this, and it comes back to you, and you nestles into your palm. And the button has a symbol on it. It's just a circle with a line through it. Almost like a 0.
What? I'm still confused. So this cube got me here? And also, what is this place?
Somewhere beyond your mind. Somewhere else. This place is not a concern of yours. Though your mind proves resilient,
And may I ask your name and what are you doing here?
Names. Me. We. I travel. Looking for lost. Alma. Granting wishes.
Wait, you just that's it? But do you just reside here
No,
doing that?
I reside where I wish.
Individuals keep saying Alma, but like what? How?
Points at you.
Yeah,
Alma.
but why? Why?
Alma is your essence. Soul. Alma.
And it points at your chest, like almost to your heart. And then its hands kind of go like this, gesturing to your overall body.
Anima.
All right, and are you where my other friends are?
It points at the 0 button.
This will take me home.
It nods.
All right, well, I'm gonna press the button, but are you gonna? Are there more of you?
Yes, I believe. Not all who wish to wander. Some stay put. We choose where we wander, or stay put. I chose here.
But you wander for Alma and grant wishes for Alma.
Sometimes. Other times we grant visions of the future. Visions of the past.
And these machines look very similar, have semblance to these Modron that I've seen previously. Is this what's the purpose of that?
They are no longer Modron. But they serve one who was Modron. They were not always here. Their intrusion has made my wandering less pleasant.
And do you know how they got in here?
No. Very few know how they arrive in the ether.
Okay.
And very few have a cube that will take them out.
Do you know how to get rid of them? I mean, I know they're a pest to you, but
Not my job. Not my perks.
do you know who can? If they go anywhere else?
Yes, I do know.
Who?
Not part of your path.
Okay.
Unless it becomes that. Curious.
It stands up and walks through the wall, out of the shack, or whatever space you're in. It just walks away and disappears, as if it got bored, or its mind went to something else.
That's fair. Bruce is like, okay, well, my mind is focused on this cube. I'm gonna do this right now, before I get distracted. Bruce is gonna grab the journal in his hand, and maybe try his best to also grab the radio.
Yeah, you can.
And then just like have. Okay.
Yeah, as you grab the radio and you have the book clutched together with your bag with your cube, something familiar touches your mind. As you would, and you will have a second to take an action, but there's another, and then the walls around you disappear into cubes. And there's just this big orbed Modron staring down at you with the red light. As a voice can be heard. I recognize you.
Ah! Does it sound like the Modron?
Sounds like someone who possessed a Modron in front of you.
Do you? Why are you here?
Searching.
For?
Lost parts.
What parts might those be?
That which can fuel my army.
For what purpose? Why do you need to form an army?
Reorganization.
Of?
Material.
And where do you plan on doing this?
Material.
Material plane?
You will be the first. He says you will be the first, and then it starts to come closer to you, and now you can see like as we were about to press the button, like little like arms kind of like come off of the orb, like the filigree on the Modron. You remember they were kind of decorated with filigree. It's almost like the filigree comes off of the shell, and little spindly robot hands are on it that are just sort of these little circles with big, long, thin, needle-like fingers as it just starts to come, and it almost opens up a hatch at the bottom, and this thing is clearly coming to like harvest you in some way.
Yeah. I'm just gonna slam the button.
Boom! As you slam this button, it all just melts away. Literally like in almost like it's all wet paint that someone just rubs their hand across, and it all just sinks. Those of you back in the basement, very little time has passed. It's been like 10, 15 seconds of you going, Bruce? When a huge spark shoots off of the teleportation box that he had, and several sparks just shoot off of it. And then there's a moment where there's a flashbang of light, and then it undoes, and you can see Bruce is standing in the middle of the room on the teleportation circle.
Where the fuck have you been? Are you all right? Bruce? Hey.
Bruce is just gonna reach up and touch Saskia's face with like a thousand mile stare.
It is you've it's almost like you have a sixth sense now, Bruce, in the sense of like realness is now a sense. Like you understand this is real.
What happened? Did you see something?
John, how long does it feel like I've been gone?
For you, it feels like months.
Oh.
Where are we?
We're
This is...
in the basement.
The memories come rushing back to you like a brick wall.
Oh.
We just got back.
Yeah, I was trying to discern this. This must be the little cavern that you.
Bruce just ignores Septimus and just goes out the door and then just like pushes the armor out of the way with the little mechanism that he put in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is. I wish you didn't make it so hard for some of us who can't see in the dark.
Jacquette's not here, but I imagine Stefan right now would say, "Oh, I saw that right away."
And then I turned to him and
that's
said, I fucking did too.
Jacquette be like, I bet you got to laugh. Bet you got to laugh for old Septimus not being able to find his way in his own house.
Bruce is carrying a book that he didn't have before and a weird contraption that looks like an old-fashioned radio.
Hey, where are you going? Talk to us. What happened?
Bruce is just gonna go upstairs.
Fyrn's just gonna follow him, I guess.
Yeah, me too.
As you go upstairs, you can see immediately in front of the door to the basement, standing there with a cast iron skillet, is Balfour, who heard the commotion in the basement. And then he like literally looks like he's in like relaxed clothes, almost like he's like a old woman in a nightgown who heard some noise in the basement. And he goes, oh, you're back, strong Bruce.
Hi, Balfour.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Yeah, something like that. Bruce is actually going to just go to the kitchen.
Yeah.
And see if Septimus has any void berry jam. Bruce is just like trying to be like, oh, what is food again? What are all of my senses before I can.
Your senses are also turned up to 11 when you do experience anything. Like when you first got here, it was a little dull, almost numb-like. And now, like your fingers are like as soon as you start touching things and looking for food, your fingers start to feel like prickly, like that pins and needles feeling. Sounds are too real. You can like feel the inside of your mouth in a way you've never felt before. Is you're just sort of experience this like spatial magic sickness almost. You find some food that Balfour has stored here, but there's no void jelly available anymore, unfortunately.
Okay. Bruce is just gonna stuff his face with, like a kid home from college in the fridge.
Yeah, because your mind is almost like I must be starving. I haven't eaten in months, and you just start to gorge yourself on like the vegetables and any preserves that Balfour has harvested in the last month, and it's like the purely the sense of like, oh, I can swallow and feel the food in my stomach that makes you start to kind of feel grounded again. Like this is real. You're not going to fall through the floor at any moment. There's no robots chasing you. There's no creepy goat men. You are back at Septimus's farm.
I sit down at the table next, like across from as he's. Or did you sit at a table, Bruce?
I imagine Bruce is like eating food, and if anything, he would like bring the food and like sit adjacent to the fridge, but like on the kitchen floor, like staring out at the rest of the room.
Great.
Back on
And
the cabinets or whatever.
There's no fridge
and
here.
Right. Yeah.
Just on the floor. So then
Xbox.
I'll sit cross-legged in front of you just as you're eating. I don't say anything, but like I'm getting the sense that you're a little disoriented, so I'll just kind of like sit there and just be a presence.
Balfour, the place looks... You kept it in good condition.
Yes.
Thank you again.
Well, your friends from across the way stopped by a few times to do some repairs for you. It's good to see you all.
Anything we should know about in our absence?
There were some visitors who stopped by. I wrote it down somewhere. There was a gentleman from Ivan that he was there to see if Iron and Mana was still around. He a formal fellow. I don't quite remember his name, but he said he was coming from the governor's office in Ivan.
Did he kind of look like a vampire?
Yeah, I was going to say, did he show up
He was
during
a
the
very
day
friendly
or
chap.
night?
Very friendly chap. Miles? Was it Miles? I'll remember the name. Don't worry. Once I finish cooking supper. A young dwarvish lass stopped by to inquire about Iron and Mana.
Is it Dovana?
Yes. Dulvana. She said she was here on behalf of some academic back in Ivan.
She must have been for Sigil.
No, it wasn't Sigil. It was another man from the academy.
Septimus? No. Who is she working for? The new guy?
Oh, it's been a while. Let me check
Sebastian
my mind
Went. Joyce Orent. No, not Hyven. Cornelius Firma.
Corallius Firma, but
That too.
Cadmus sounds correct, actually.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think that she was saying that she wanted to speak with Iron and Mana about Hyven and the condition of it and some new presence there. But those were your only two visitors, other than your very friendly neighbors who brought many sweet treats. There's some cookies in the pantry.
Wait, sorry. You said the first person that came looking for us was from the Commodores or the Governors?
Governors.
Oh, was it Emil?
Emil, that's the name. Yes.
Ah.
The Commodore must have spread word of our survival to the governor. I'm sure she would have checked us here, but good to hear everything else is going alright and there were no other troubles. Just needed to check in.
No, all I've been doing is keeping an eye on things and occasionally helping your neighbors with the occasional beastie.
And Septimus kind of being on this long expedition, kind of like in defensive and active mode, coming back and just asking if anything was pressing and seeing how like those are things we could deal with later. He turns to look in the den, and he just sees the old rocking chair there. So he'll just go up to it, sit down at it, and just lean back for a little rest, and just kind of get comfy in his home where there's some peace and quiet after a long, arduous journey.
You all look like you've had quite the adventure. Relax.
I imagine we're still all bloodied.
Oh yeah, he's
We
about to
haven't
literally
rested.
say, "I will draw up some hot water for you all to wash up." And
Oh, Balfour, you're a saint.
and I was just about to start some prep for dinner later. So,
Sean, is Bruce dirty? Or is he physically different? Like in terms of like hygiene and...
Yeah, Bruce. Actually, no. No.
So I'm still like the same bloody state that I...
Yep.
Okay.
You're still in the bloodied state. You don't have 3 months of ripeness. You are just however you were when you entered that world and returned.
Looking at Saskia, did you how long has it been?
Since what? Since we came back from the north?
Yeah, since we used my faulty device.
Like 5 minutes. We just go back. What happened, Bruce? What did you see? Maybe just talking about it will help you process, yeah?
Yeah. Whew. I feel like I haven't spoken to anybody in months.
Months?
Yeah, let's all go in the living area. And I'll just kind of recap.
Yeah.
Septimus is already
Jacques,
there. Just
Yeah.
Jacques claps his hands for the first time in a while and summons Robespierre as Jacques goes, Robespierre, help Balfour get a nice charcuterie board and bring it into the den or the parlor or whatever you would call this. Oh, it's good to be back in civilization.
you see Balfour is like carrying like a basket of vegetables, and he looks at the nothingness that is Robespierre's. I welcome your invisible aid. Come, let's go gather some meats. And they walk out to the actual icebox out in a little underground area on Septimus's property.
Sean, is there still a giant hole in the living room?
Nope. There are no holes in the structure anymore. Things have been I wouldn't say it's like up to code repaired, but there's like, it's now a enclosed. They fixed the floor, so there's no hole in the ceiling leading up to the bedrooms. There's temporary walls built up, not just tarps put over everything. The neighbors seem to have done quite a bit of work in the last month, truthfully, in getting this at least livable.
All right, great. Seems like they've been hard at work.
The people around here are good. I'll have to figure out a way to thank them.
Let's figure out what's been going on with Bruce. Now, you say it feels like it's been much longer than it actually was.
Did I have these items with me when Bruce
You
like
don't
puts down the radio, the journal, and he throws his black cube on on like a coffee table. I imagine it's in the Septimus's living room. Does it look familiar to you?
Septimus perks up with like those. This is...
Do you remember this cube? And showing it to Septimus. I showed you this before.
Yes, I believe you did it once. Some sort of puzzle. Or I don't know. But the other two, I've not seen those on your person before.
All right. I didn't get brought back here. I got teleported to some junkyard. And I was
For those 5 seconds or 15 seconds you were gone.
If it was 15 seconds, it was not for me. It was about, I don't know. It was many months of me trying to get away from these. He's gonna stare at Septimus and say, "Machina chasing me." Organic, or I should say, synthetic creatures, both material and organic. And eventually I found the shack that I think my Grampy, when he went missing in that ethereal place, that junkyard, that plane I don't know anything about. But he was living there, and that this is his journal.
Well, does it give any sort of clue as to what it was?
No.
Did you open it? No?
I did. Yeah, he just was. It was him dictating his what he realized and what he figured out in that junkyard.
Did he mention at all what he thought he was? The place that you shared?
No, there was no mention of where he thought he was. Just what you could do there. You can kind of control things with your mind. You fall through space. Space changed constantly. I wasn't ever hungry.
Reaching a hand out towards the journal, but not touching it until he gets a confirmation. He's like, "May I?"
Yeah.
Septimus will pick it up, start just opening it up and kind of just going through it himself, just out of curiosity.
Imagine also, Sean, like if like that amount of time actually has passed, other than what we just dictated.
Yeah.
Imagine Bruce like has to get used to like picking things up with his hand instead of like with his mind.
It's like the astronaut, the videos of the astronauts dropping pens and stuff. Yeah. Bruce, you definitely would have gotten used to operating in that world. And like Bruce, like you have not aged at all. Like I mean, I know 3 months, like a couple months is not, like aging, but like you can sense that like you almost like feel time affecting you again in a weird sensation. Like there's all these like periphery senses you have that are not like touch or anything like that. They are like you're realizing like, oh, the arrow of time is a sense that we feel that I was not feeling there. Like gravity is affects in a very particular way when you're not in a place devoid of it or with weird versions of it. Steph, you had your hand up a moment ago.
Yeah, I, as a player, know what's going on. What in this world would we know about planar like how ubiquitous is things like planar travel and the astral scene?
Yeah, so planar travel is not common. It's not a common thing. It is, I will say this, it is not common. The concept is known quite commonly that there is a planar travel is a thing. And that the astral sea is a thing that's roughly known about. So it's not like something that you're gonna, people aren't planar traveling every day, but people are well aware of it. And there's also like a lot of knowledge of it due to the ways that the amount of times there are just sort of these like planar incursions that have happened in Aradune. So that historically it's the concept of breaching planes is a well-known thing.
So would it be plausible that Jacquet would know something about the astral sea?
Almost certainly because you actually have an education. You went to school.
Yeah.
If people who don't have, if you went to any formal schooling, there would have been at some point some rudimentary planar like class that's like that is like very lightly touches on like, and this is this plane and this is this plane. Do you remember your planes? That's like a
Ian's
geography
still
class.
Stuck on what's a junkyard?
So sorry. Bruce, you said it feels like it's been months that you've been gone?
Yeah.
Yet you've only been gone to our perception for a few seconds.
That's correct. Yeah.
And the space, was it... Did it feel endless? Like a void almost? They always describe it with stars, but stars above and below. Clouds every which way.
Yeah, exactly. I could fall through the ground and be falling through the sky.
Bruce, I think you went to the astral sea.
Septimus looking up the what?
The astral sea. Wait, I'm sorry. I know something that you don't?
Well, would Bruce... I guess maybe Bruce wasn't ever educated on it.
Wait,
Yeah,
Bruce,
what does
you
the
give-
astral sea have to do with construction?
Yeah, like they're really, other. Well, Bruce actually, no. Bruce, you've been reading Timothy Chalamet, and there would have been plenty of
That's
references to
right,
the
that's
Astral
right.
Sea in Timothy Chalamet's notes, and maybe even Jacquette saying this is starting to jog your mind back into like what you know. And I'll say, given how much you've read Timothy Chalamet's book, you start to maybe connect some things, and you think like, was this there's two things that you think about. One, there's plenty of knowledge within magical item artificing about the Astral Sea, in the sense of demi-planes, bags of holding, they all have like some sort of pseudo connection to the Astral Sea, and that there's a chance of getting spit up into the Astral Sea when these things are abused. And then you think to yourself a little bit like, janky teleportation magic might have the same effect. But something that sticks out, though, is something that the Goat Seer said. They called this place the Ether,
Yes.
which is not a word for the Astral Sea that you are aware of.
Yeah. So there was also this goat figure. Didn't have a name. It was looking for Alma, and it was wandering around. There's more of it. There's that word again that we keep being referenced as Alma.
Well, we're
It's-
Alman, so that makes sense.
But this goat figure was walking around, said that grants the wishes of Alma.
It grants wishes?
Like in a freety?
Well, my cube, it
Sounds more like a demon to me.
well, it certainly was not the most charismatic as like Ro, but yeah, it was relatively friendly. It didn't try to harm me. It's welcoming. Anyway, but yeah, my cube made it work again, or apparently made it shift around, and now I could, whatever this symbol means.
What does the symbol look like?
Looks like
Looks
a
like a
zero
with a
with a
the
slash.
line through it.
Oh, okay. Yep. As this is happening, Sean, I don't know if you need a perception check or investigation check at all, or you discussed it with Alex. As I'm flipping through these notes, I'm not necessarily trying to read any of what he has.
Mhm.
Is it all just text, or is there any like sort of like iconography of like symbols or like drawings or stuff or
Yes.
sketches?
The later portions of the book do have some sketches. You can see there is a sketch of a strange centipede-like creature with a big crested head, like the one that attacked Brucey Boy. And you would find sketches of the flying Modron in there, the flying pseudo-Modrons. The area with the pseudo-Modrons would talk about how they just appeared one day. And that they seem to be, in Grampy Voon's words, he called it recycling. It looked like they were recycling junk.
The flying Modron, was that what through Lakina talked to Bruce?
Okay. Yes.
But first, getting to the centipede thing, he'll turn the book around and point to it. He's like, "Is this what you were referencing as far as the Machina?"
Yeah, that's the one.
Bruce or Septimus is just fixated on it, just kind of like studying it as much as he can.
And
But
yeah, and then at the very end there, one of the Modrons seemed to. They seem to be gathering materials for an army, as our old friend who possessed the first Modron told me.
Septimus looks
Wait.
up and says, "Lacuna."
Yeah,
You spoke with it?
yeah. And then it
Flipping through the page,
wanted to take over my body.
goes to the Modron and is like, and it possessed one of these types of Modrons.
That's right.
Curious.
yeah, and Bruce, you would have experienced that weird spirit of a Modron that came out of its like exploded body. It's almost like you might even surmise that might be like the Modron's like real body. Like the Modron is a shell. What we see as a Modron is like an encasement for a different type of being.
Okay.
What did he say to you? Or what did it say to you?
And it needs material.
For an army.
That's right. And guess where the most material is?
Collecting it in the astral sea. Explain to me, if just quickly, what is the astral sea? Is it some sort of different type of plane of existence?
My understanding is that all planes are connected to the astral sea. So the material plane, is it called? Shit, now I'm forgetting. The hells are connected there. What's the heavens called?
Oh my god, my brain just lost
Right?
it. Shit.
Heaven is just the only word that keeps coming
Yeah,
back.
it's
Sanctuary.
no, but there is an.
The
Why am I
Feywild
forgetting
is the elemental planes, the Shadowfell. There's also the Far Realms, where the Wayward One had his army during the Morser conflict. And I guess maybe the Skaithfilmer from the Shadowfell, Bruce said.
Another note is that that goat thing, it referred to that place as the Ether.
And this is strange. Never heard of anywhere referred to as the Ether.
Elysium.
Elysium. Call yourself a cleric of Elysia?
It's not. That's not.
Well, at least
know,
I
but
know
it's
about the dual pillar theory of the multiverse. So, suck on that.
Sean, has there ever been like any rumors of spirits in the north that resemble like a
Ooh.
goat or the things that he's talking about?
Yeah, give me a religion check.
The ether.
A religion or arcana check.
I'm so good at either of these. I got a 10, Sean.
Okay, 10. Nothing about goat seers with 3 eyes and carrying flames, granting wishes. But, Fyrn, you've heard the term ether before. From an old, scaly Triton back up in the north. Yeah, Tritons being these mermen, fish people of the north, telling scary stories about monsters from the ether to the people in the tavern you were in.
Yeah, when I was traveling, I've heard of the ether before. Sounded kind of made up, to be honest.
Particularly, these stories referenced monsters coming out of a big hole in the middle of the Triton caldera.
It was a rumored story that there were invaders, monsters, that came out of the ether and attacked the civilization. Do you think that's possible? I mean, you did say they were building an army. Maybe there was some facts mixed up with these rumors. It seemed like the story was pretty old.
Yeah, I don't know what anything about the ether, whether it was that for all time, even though time doesn't really exist there. It was just all junk. There was no, I don't know what kind of monsters, except I can only think of that centipede one that.
Well, if you're saying that the astral seas connects all the planes of existence, it seems like it's a tether or like a highway between traveling. Maybe some things get lost. Sometimes.
Good point.
Time is so volatile there, then how do we know that this threat is even a real one? I mean, as long as we never go back there, we might not ever see that army come in our lifetimes. Or it might have already came.
Or it could come tomorrow.
Right.
Or we're already dead.
Well, no.
We don't have all the information. All I'm telling you is what I just experienced within your 15 seconds.
No.
And
This is a lot.
whether or not it's a concern and we should do something about it, based on the Great March of what we learned from Akuna and previously, and now this other data point that I just gathered, it might be more serious to look into, or maybe we should more seriously look into it.
Fyrn reaches for the strange radio box and it's like, what is this thing?
I have no idea.
He starts twisting some dials and puts his ear to it and shakes it a little.
Yeah, some lights come on. Like there's sort of like, and this old light bulb inside of it goes on, and you just start to hear. And then you start hearing screams coming through it.
I was gonna say, I just mess with the dial a lot.
Yeah, and there's just, and you just sort of start to hear really strange noises coming through. Indecipherable that you've never heard before. Sometimes they sound like the growl of a monster. Sometimes they sound like someone crying. Sometimes like someone screaming. The sounds are as innumerable as the trash that you were in, Bruce.
Okay.
Almost like it's a radio that broadcasts sounds from other planes of existence.
It's a ham radio to other dimensions.
Kinda.
Well, you know who probably will know more about this is Sigil. And he should be here, hopefully in a few days, to help illuminate our questions.
In the meantime, Bruce, why don't you try to re-ground yourself in this reality? It sounds like you had quite the experience. And at some point, you should take a look back into that box of yours. And you can tell me more. Maybe I can help.
I think I have some identifying to do as well.
Oh, speaking of which,
No, not right now.
I imagine Fyrn, you just like drop the random items that you all grabbed.
Like a full thing, just like
Yeah. Because you guys were leaving so quickly that you just started grabbing random items from the temple.
John, I imagine Bruce also is like, oh, I'm gonna go like upstairs on the bed, and Bruce instead just like falls back like trust fall.
Yeah.
And then he just hits the ground. Oh!
Yeah, like Bruce, you just think about the bed and just fall back.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Bruce is doing weird things. Like you see Bruce like almost for a second forget how stairs work. And like is like scared to put his foot down on the first step. And then like falls back a little, but then balances himself and then looks around and I imagine runs upstairs.
Or if he was still struggling, Septimus would like look to Sal and like just like, give him like a nod to go help him. As he just comes and picks him up, brings him to bed.
Fyrn is going to go back down to the basement, and he's going to place the Ithildagnir in the room that had the teleportation circle in it, and push the armoire so it's covering it, so it's like out of the way and nobody's near it.
Sure.
And then he's going to like go upstairs and rest because he's very injured, but he wants to like he basically always needs to have like an eye on the door that leads downstairs.
Yeah, you can definitely find a nice spot in the first floor to rest. And I honestly imagine you guys are so beat that dinner comes around. It's a quiet dinner where people are just getting the food in. Tastes great. We got a nice Balfour made chicken pot pie from some chickens that he got from a neighbor.
What a guy.
And he's a great cook. He's a great cook. You all have some of that, maybe a little bit of ale from Septimus's father's old cask. And I imagine you guys hit the bed pretty early on this night after such a long adventure, so that we can get that long rest in.
Would take the time to tell Balfour like a brief description of like what we've been up to, just so he's caught up to speed and he doesn't think we're weird.
No, yeah. I imagine there's a little bit of informing Balfour of what happened. He offers his condolences for your brother. But before you all go to bed, he would just sort of look and say, well, you all have done an abundance of kindness to the north. I wasn't sure what you would accomplish going there, or if you'd ever return, but it seems as though you've done a lot of good up there. And I'm curious about this hedge knight graveyard up there. I may need to reach out to some of my order about that. Sounds like this land is in need of the Knights of the Hedge.
Hopefully now with the work we've done, the pathway will be a little safer.
Well, iron and mana, get some well-deserved rest. We'll have breakfast ready in the morning. I've grown comfortable here, but I should probably move on to Hyven soon.
Well, you're always welcome here, and I always appreciate taking care of this place.
I
We'll
am
probably venture
sure.
there sooner or later as well, but for now, I'm going to be laying low. We're expecting actually an academic from Hyven in the coming days.
Also, Belfour, Farseer, if you get to Hyven before us, maybe don't mention that we have returned just yet. And look into a ship, the utterly seaworthy. See if it's made dock. They're friends, and we hope that they made it back safely.
I'll be happy to check on your friends, and I will keep your return a secret. And I'm certain that we will see each other often. I have no intention of leaving this region for quite some time, so long as my attempts to speak with the Commodore are still pressing. If she rebuffs me, I will continue to try. But for now, I'm happy to be amongst friends again.
We tend to, when we're in Hyven, we tend to hang out at an inn called the Harlequin and Chalice. You may meet us there when we return.
I look forward to it.
And I'm sure Jaquette is itching to perform again, so it might be at the Cask and Crow.
Well, he'll see probably advertisements if that's the case.
Oh, trust me, I have plans. Machinations, even. Schemes?
Machination.
Well, I will be leaving
Speaking
on
of
the morrow.
Balfour, before you leave, we can talk about this later, but I had a thought I wanted to share with you. But on the morrow, after
On
we've
the morrow,
rested.
Yes. Get your rest. I won't be leaving right in the morning. I'll be leaving closer to midday. See if I can get to the next camp spot before the day's end. But here, and he gets up and goes and grabs a pot of tea that is boiling on the fire, and pours anyone who would like a cup of tea before bed.
Oh, goody. Thank you very, very much.
I hope you enjoy
yes,
it.
I'll actually...
It's a blend of my own. I may be, I may not be a knight of the wand, but I'm, or a knight of cups, but
Is that juniper berries I taste?
it is good palate there, Jacquette. Anyway, good evening. And he goes and kind of just takes up a sentry post, and with his own cup of tea, and is you see this and you imagine he probably did this every single night he was here, is take a sentry position and watch and just help repair things, chop wood. He really did a good job. This place looks a lot nicer than it did when you left. But folks can find their beds. The beds are actually up in the rooms now and not kind of all over the place or thrown through the floor. So there's plenty of space. Enough so that I think all of you could actually, well, no, not all of you. There are 3 bedrooms. The master bedroom, and then the little boys' room and the little girls' room for Septimus's
Septimus
family.
actually might just collapse. Septimus is just going to sleep in the chair.
Absolutely. Rocking away. All right, so you successfully take a long rest, and you can now officially level up.
What are we, 12 now?
17.
78.
Yep, level 78. Otherwise,
Oh my god, I have no idea what I'm gonna pick.
level 78, otherwise known as whatever level you guys are, level 12. All right, we're gonna take a quick break, so you can get a second to look over your stuff and make your changes, and we'll jump back in a moment. So we'll be right back, folks.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody, to Adrift in Aldhalor. Our heroes have just returned from the north. Bruce had a bit of a dramatic excursion to an astral sea-like place. And now the party has taken a long rest, leveled up, and it is now the next day. I imagine you all sleep in a little bit, given your exhaustion. But it is maybe like the first day in a while that you just kind of feel a little like free. You know, like you can't like there's certainly complicated business going on in Hyven, but like you're kind of like, I don't have a pressing mission. I'm not fighting for my survival every second of the day. It's kind of nice out. It's a temperate day. A little bit of a breeze, a little chilly because it is still the middle of winter.
How many Odons?
Ooh, let's look.
Too many.
One could say too few.
Damn.
Here's my random resources, useful links, weather generator. Winter. That is far too cold. Let's change it to temperate. It's still cold. It's still very cold out. So I'd say you're looking at like around 20 Odons today. It's brisk.
Lame.
That's not brisk. That's freaking cold.
It's
Wait,
brisk
Odon's
compared
Fahrenheit or
to it's brisk compared to the magical winter you just came back from,
I guess that's true too.
That's true.
where it was like negative 20 Odons every day. Well, yes, we wake up the next day feeling somewhat rejuvenated with some new features. What would y'all like to do?
Fyrn leaves his like set of armor that he collected, like the old armor from the north, on the table, like the workbench table, where either Bruce or Septimus used to work, and goes downstairs and gets his weapon early in the morning, and like attunes to it, inscribes his runes inside on it, on the handle, and begins his morning training with the Ithildagnir, like out in the field, far away from everyone.
Absolutely. How about the rest of yous?
Jacquet sleeps in. Sleeps in.
Way in, yeah.
It's noon, unless someone wakes him up earlier.
I think Bruce is kind of in the same.
I imagine Septimus, seeing how well like the house looks, doesn't actually get insecure about it, but just like, oh shit, like this guy's been taking care of everyone all day. So like he immediately like goes back into the routine before like this whole adventure, like up early, doing the house chores, doing everything that Balfour has been doing, helping him out.
Totally.
Sean, while Bruce is like on his bed, he's gonna do something that he knows is not gonna work, but he's gonna just do it anyway. He's gonna take out his pipe, and he's just gonna try to send a message to Grampy Voon.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just gonna, hey, you here? That's it.
No response.
Yeah. Bruce just, he knew it was gonna happen. It's like, all right, yeah, I knew that.
I was really hoping you were gonna be like, it's dark in here, it feels like I'm in a cube.
I thought it was like, the last time will these magical telemarketers stop calling?
Yeah, but
I'm not interested.
no, Bruce, you definitely maybe feel a little foolish for a moment in that awkward way where it's like, yeah, of course they didn't pick up.
Yeah, yeah. And then he thinks about telling Grammy. He's like, No, that's not a good idea. Pockets it.
Mhm.
And then slowly goes downstairs, holding onto the railing, trying to figure out how stairs work again.
Yeah, almost like you're holding onto the railing and like letting go of all of your body weight, just like trying to get down. But you all gather throughout the
Morning,
day.
Bruce.
Good morning.
You look still a little woozy.
I
Sit down. Balfour and I have cooked up some breakfast for everybody.
Thank you.
It might be a little cold, so let me know if it needs to be reheated.
Anything will be fine. Thank you.
Get some nice corned beef hash.
John, is Bruce like able to recognize that, while he was in the ether, he would constantly fall in these loops of like the same thought? Okay.
Mhm.
And he hasn't had those same since he's been back
No.
at all. Okay.
No, you have not been caught in any time loops or spatial loops.
Okay. Until Fyrn comes barging in with
Crazy.
a bunch of
I was crazy once.
I used to be a dog. Before Fyrn comes barging in for Bruce to identify all those weapons, Bruce is going to sit quietly at the kitchen table and just keep reading the journal of Granby.
Absolutely.
Fear just bursts in, just drops the Ithel Dagnir. Is like, what's that? That's the thing we were searching for you.
Oh boy.
Campaign over. We did it.
Mission accomplished.
As far as Fyrn's concerned, we completed the campaign.
It's like, I can go home now.
And it's only after Bruce told him that he got it.
Oh boy. Alrighty. Okay.
So, Fyrn would probably like come in after his thing, not smash the door open. Just walk in after training and look at everybody, enjoying breakfast. Put the Ithel Dagnir would not have came inside of the building with him. It would probably like he'd leave it outside, against the door, and he would sit down with everyone and just like grab some of the grub and look on and say, "How's everyone feeling? Had a good night's rest?"
Certainly. Being back home under your own roof makes you feel.
I feel like a full purse of copper. Nope. Platinum. That's the valuable one.
Good.
Like, the phrase $1 million. I'm saying full purse of platinum.
Why would you want to feel like $1 million deer?
No, I was breaking the fourth wall there.
I've been thinking, and do we have a plan about what we want to do next?
Fyrn, baby, slow down. We just got back from an insane adventure where half of us died. Some of us multiple times. Well, no, I guess not multiple times. But it was a lot. I'm not even thinking about what I'm going to do in a few hours.
Fyrn, Sigel's on his way, or in the next few days we'll be heading here. And I think the plan was for us to just rest here, have some downtime, collect ourselves until he comes, and then from there we'll discuss with him what's changed in Hyven since we've left. Maybe what he's done. I think Bruce had some questions for him more of his background. I am curious myself. Definitely takes an extraordinary powerful person to project the way that he did across the After Islands. But he seemed open to those questions. So, hence why he's coming here. But until then, you seem to still have something on your mind.
I mean, I've just been thinking, and I feel like what happened in the north, we can't go back from that. You know, we've learned things about the world that were not as safe as I once believed. I don't know if I can go back to just brawls in the bar in Hyven anymore. If we're just gonna live like adventurers and not live up to our, potential.
Sound like my parents. Well, okay then, Fyrn. Sorry.
Don't you feel like we've been through something that's monumental? I mean, we just defeated an invasion of our realm.
I mean, I don't know how it compares on the scale of, like, the Pallid conflict or the Morsir conflict.
Yeah, but
probably
those are
not
in the
as
history books.
Right, and if I do my job correctly, so will what we did. And I'm not trying to dismiss what you're saying. You're right. What we saw and did up there was spectacular. I just personally don't know what little old me can do on a planar scale like that. I mean, part of it was we got lucky. Without Sigil, I don't think we would have had a hell's chance of walking out of there alive. Without even Baron. If it wasn't for him, Septimus, Saskia, the rest of us probably, all dead. But
I
you're
don't know
right.
if I'd give them that much credit, but
Well then, you're an idiot.
Fyrn, I sympathize with your anxieties, if I feel the same way. Seeing the monumental roles that beings are taking, or not taking, the plans that they're making, it's certainly evident that the die is cast. And we definitely will be playing a part. But right now, I believe that part is still uncertain. Before we go out chasing for answers and making fools of ourselves again, it might be better just to wait for a moment, take a breath, and see what the next move is.
Septimus is right. I think one of the first steps is going to have to be those of us who are smarter and more inclined towards books and reading should figure out what the fuck is going on. And Sigil will be a great jumping off point for that.
Fyrn still has like a little bit of concern on his face and says, I suppose Sigil may know what to do. I just want us to be ready.
I'm not saying he may not know what to do. He might not. But all I'm saying is he might provide some information that will give us more insight. We can go from there.
I don't know.
A lot has probably happened in this area that we not even know about. We're a better person to tell us and get us up to speed.
As Septimus says that, Bruce looks up from his book. We should check out that stairway, the door
Oh my.
near your property. Not now. No.
Something doesn't say about my butt. He does pause for a second and kind of just realizes something that he should have remembered, that has been on his mind for a long time. But just so much has happened that he embarrassingly has kind of forgot about it. It's
if that is any way connected to Modron, or if Sigil's not able to provide us with any more information, I think we should start there.
You're absolutely right.
Then I think we should pursue that.
Maybe now we have the means.
Yes, that sounds like a great idea. I'm fully on board.
Much for waiting, Fyrn. I suppose it's an admirable trade. Sometimes.
Hey, Bruce throws his bag. I realize maybe I shouldn't. Throws his bag on the table. Hey, can one of you open that?
Your bag of holding?
What?
Yeah.
Septimus picks it up, but before it opens it, he's like, is this a trick?
Nope.
Septimus will open it up.
It's a bag of holding.
Is everything all right?
Anything you wanted me to grab for you?
Oh, you're able to open it perfectly fine?
Appears so. Septimus will just pick a mundane item, something, drop it in, wait a second, reach his hand in, pull it back out.
As he reaches his hand in Bruce's...
Everything works as intended.
You seem...
When I opened the bag of holding when I was in the ether, it was something that drew me in. It was another void that was not pleasant. So I had to avoid it at all costs. But all my items are in there, so I just... Bruce then grabs his bag and he slowly opens it himself.
Yeah, you don't. The effect doesn't happen to you, but you do your stomach sinks a little bit, but that's more of your nervousness than an actual effect happening. As you stare into the bag, and everything is fine.
Okay. Zips that back up. Actually, no, he opens it back up and reaches in his bag for his his tools and. All right, I'm gonna do some identifying now that I'm here. Fyrn, if you want to give me your items, I'm gonna be in the living room.
Great. Yeah, Fyrn will just take the... He won't bring the Ithildagnir, but he'll take the armor that he acquired, and he'll, bring every piece in for you to check out. I think that's all that he had. I don't know if all the other... Who's holding...
There are just
all
some
this-
random items that say you guys grabbed that were the loot. This is the
Okay.
most like loot the
me the
items
loot!
will ever be, as opposed to it being like the obvious like things that were around.
So you
So
want the Ithildagnir too?
No, I mean, Fyrn's like afraid to let other people touch it, so yeah, he's not gonna
Alright.
give it to you.
all right, so there's a few things here that are just part of the like assortment that was grabbed from what loot was available. First one is a dagger. That when you cast Identify on, you learn is a baleful talon. This is a +1 dagger. It is a hooked dagger made of obsidian. When you hit a creature with this weapon and roll a 19 or a 20 on the attack roll, the creature must make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw. As the dagger flares with sickly light, the creature takes 66 necrotic damage on a failed save or half on a successful. If the creature is reduced to 0 hit points, the creature disintegrates into dust.
Pretty sick.
Wait a minute. Never mind.
No, not the.
Not the nat 20
Dagger.
rat assist. Yeah, not the obsidian dagger that
Okay,
you
I
wasted on a
was
rat.
That's just post-trauma stress right there.
Yeah.
I know how to defeat Ro.
Yeah, give him that dagger.
Give him an obsidian dagger. Yeah.
Listen, nobody knows about that except him.
Yep. Exactly. There is an amulet of health. Is the second item that you identify. You also have a serpent scale armor. There's also a flail that is identified to be a devotee's censer. Is a cleric paladin only weapon. And then roll me a D100 for the mystery item.
Bruce, you got this.
All right. Here we go. Uh, 51.
51. Okay, you find you have a Qual's feather token that has the image of a swan on it. So you have the swan boat Qual's feather token.
I remember that one.
Yes.
I actually have another feather token too. I believe. From the tower.
And then Bruce, your cube is a very special item because it's 2 items in one that you can't use both. You have to basically, like preparing magic, you have to choose one in the morning that the cube is for that day. One is a cube of force, and the other is a cube of summoning.
Oh.
And then there's the secret third cube that it is, which is the actual, like, planar traveling cube that the 0 represented. But as far as its everyday uses, you choose in the morning whether it's a cube of summoning or a cube of force.
Okay. Are you able to tell me more detail about that or no?
They're real items.
Oh, they are.
Yes, they're real items.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't find serpent scale armor.
It's should be in there.
It's
Candle
scale.
key.
It's scale mail that doesn't impose disadvantage on stealth checks and doesn't have a cap on its dexterity addition to the AC.
Damn.
Just to confirm, the plate set that I gave Bruce is not magical. It lost all its ability.
Yes. It's just a stolen artifact now.
Got it.
Yeah.
And the mask
It belongs
as
in a museum.
well.
Yeah, the mask is
Hopefully-
also magicless.
It'll probably sell for a lot.
Yeah. You probably would have, if Sigil didn't kind of like take over that place, you probably would have immediately been cursed again upon taking this out of the temple. And you also have 10,000 silver worth of gems and artifacts that just
Oh my god.
sell for
Ooh.
10,000 silver.
Damn.
We're buying a boat.
Jacquet, put that in your. I don't know. So instead of us having to split it up, just put it in your inventory.
All right.
You have to sell it all anyway.
Yeah, can I upsell this?
You can attempt to, yeah.
All right. Fuck it. I don't even need to. I'm gonna start my own store.
You could. Selling gems and artifacts.
Sean, are you? Can I also, just for fun, identify the radio as well?
Yeah,
Oh.
absolutely. So as you identify this radio, it is what I basically described it as. It's a planar radio that does pick up the sounds of other planes of existence. It is connected to other planar radios that are across the multiverse. So when you turn it on, you're hearing a room where another planar radio is. But it also means that when it's on, people can hear what you are talking about.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
It's a radio palantir.
I
literally about to
love
ask
it.
that.
Glad I grabbed this instead of the duck. But then again, I'm also kind of sad I didn't grab the duck.
Yeah. That's when you find out the duck, if you twist it, the amount of times you twist it determines the magical effect of the duck.
Yeah, that would have been great. The duck of 3 wishes. That's what it was. Damn it.
3
Yeah,
wishes.
yeah.
The most powerful item in the game.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want a wind-up toy that is the most powerful item in the game. At Wiswick Mage, you know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's one more item that I almost forgot. There is a Bruce, roll me a d4.
Two.
2. All right. There is a bag with 6 beads of force.
Ooh.
Can't believe you guys picked beads over bag.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You already had a bag of holding.
No, it was gonna be a bag of beans.
Bag of magic beans.
Yeah.
Yeah, you throw the entire bag of beans at somebody.
You summon Jack.
That's the 100. Is you the D1 100 on the D100 is you summon a beanstalk. I have one in my character in Stefan's campaign. That's why he's booing me. That my character insists will grow the beanstalk when he uses it.
Gotta believe, man.
Bag of beans are for a bunch of beaneries.
So
There
Bruce,
you go.
Careful there, brother.
I'm gonna.
nonsense talk
You're
almost.
live
log off.
5 minutes.
I'm gonna.
Bruce goes around and he hands out some items that he thinks would be well distributed. Giving the dagger of baleful talon to Jacquette. This might be useful to you.
Sorry, what are you giving, Jacquette?
The dagger of baleful talon.
Okay.
The devotee's censer to Septimus, as well as the Quell's feather token to Septimus as well. Or sorry, I said 12, but yeah. Or maybe no, Saskia can swim. She's a swimmer. Or is she now? Maybe she can't now. Maybe hold on to
She
that
has a
one.
feat that gives her the swimming stuff,
Okay.
and her armor lets her have a swim speed.
Okay. And then I don't know who can benefit from who wants this serpent scale armor?
Well, none of us can really benefit from it. Jacquette could if I took the medium
armor,
armored
yeah.
feat next level. But for now, we can just put it in. And I don't think anyone can really use that right now. But maybe we should collect all the miscellaneous items and goods that we've collected during our excursion to the north, and if there's old things that you still have been holding on to that you forgot about, and maybe in the coming weeks we can make a trip to Hyven and look about selling some of these. I made a contact with a magic item salesman that we could potentially make use of, or we could go to the De Leon brothers and just sell to them. Might not get as good of a deal, and would have to face them. But they did say that they're always looking for friends. And
I mean, are you sure they're not just gonna try and kill us?
The last time you guys, right before you were told to get the fuck out of here, he said, "We're clean, we're square."
I have no reason to think that they're going to try to kill us. If anything, I mean, I still don't understand the network, the relationship between them and Mr. Greaves. So if it seems like they're not in league with him necessarily. So maybe they see his up and coming as a threat and could actually be a potential ally. I don't know. I don't like them. They kind of suck. But the enemy of my enemy, right? We like saying that here.
Well, I think you should handle that interaction.
Sure. Let's see what we're working with in terms of miscellaneous goods, and then we can go from there. Sorry,
Yeah.
who did you give that amulet of health to?
Bruce was looking at it. I might keep it.
Oh,
But
of
unless
course.
somebody what's your how healthy do you feel on a scale
Well,
from 1 to 20?
Truthfully, it's one of my weakest attributes. But the goal of my tactics is to not be attacked or seen or have anything happen to. So if you continue running in there like a madman as you have been, maybe it is best for you. Or Saskia, really.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that too.
But does she have the attunement slots?
She's still sleeping.
Oh.
my gosh.
Survey
would-
says maybe not.
Oh,
I don't
Fyrn,
think she'll give up that pearl of power.
this doesn't look like much. maybe you want it in your back pocket, but do you want this bone, this femur?
Sure. What's it do?
Well, it's got some demonic aura to it, just as a heads up. But it allows you to speak with the dead. Sorry, an undead aura. Yeah, it's got a lot of features. You could cast a lot of spells with it. I don't need it. I don't want it. I'm done with it. Here you go.
Very good. Thank you. I have a few things for your pile of selling items as well, Jacquet. I'll trade them with you later.
Sure, that's fine. So for the time being, I'll put the serpent scale armor in my inventory to remind myself that I need to sell it. Sound good?
Sounds fair.
Sure.
Yeah.
You could also exchange these and ask the magic merchant to try to source an item that you might want.
Right.
Ooh, like Torcal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that is... Why isn't the serpent scale? Do you have Candlekeep, Sean?
Oh, maybe I don't. Maybe it just came up in my... when I looked up magic items.
Okay, that's fine. I can just put in a placeholder. It's not like it's a big deal.
Is it Rodal's Gleamrot Femur?
Yep,
that's right.
That
Yep.
Okay. Let me stare at this for a while.
God damn it.
All right. So you've identified these items. It's around midday that Balfour would gather his things and say his farewells as he's going to travel to Hyven.
Balfour, a quick word.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Jacques, you wanted to speak with me.
Yeah. I was just.
Yes, Jacques.
Your
Sorry.
oath.
Yes.
Your this knighthood of being a hedge paladin. How did you have like a calling to it?
A calling?
Like was there a moment where you said, this is what I'm going to do?
Oh, a fair question. I suppose so. I was, like most Knights of the Hedge, it was when I met another Knight of the Hedge and saw their good works, and yes, I suppose I did feel a calling to it. I had already sort of decided that I wanted to do good works, but I didn't know how. And truthfully, I felt quite lost. Powerless in a world that was far more powerful than me. Taking up my oath gave me the courage to put one foot in front of the other and try to make an impact.
Your order. Do they just take anyone that wants to join?
No. It is not a arrive at the door and you receive your green cloak. You must work towards it. Now, depending upon what path you wish, or any kind of grins, or whatever someone's desired path might be, you need to find a knight of the hedge of that order, of that calling, and they must agree to take you in as a squire. They will teach you the ways, they'll teach you about the order, and if you successfully perform or successfully learn these things, then the knight has the power to vest you with the green cloak.
And about how long does that take?
Well, it depends. Every hedge knight is different. It took some shorter. It took me... Well, knights of the sword need to train physically as part of theirs, so it took me longer. Many knights of the wand learn quickly or are formally educated to be knights of the wand. But depending on their experience going into it, you may just simply need to learn the tenets of the order and prove yourself someone who wishes to see the benefit of the people. Knights of the Cup are probably the most stable of all of them, in that it is usually a year that you need to train. You need to learn to brew alchemical potions as well as speak with individuals. It's more of a residency, a year-long residency that you then graduate to knighthood from. Knights of the Coin, well, they usually depends upon the region that you're in. Similarly with wands, but at the end of the day, it depends on what you've arranged with the knight who's training you. The only rule is that it must be approved by a knight, and it must be approved by a knight within the order that you seek to serve within. And then you take your oath.
Okay. I just asked because at this point, Jacques takes out his coin purse. He just kind of like rustles it around, the coins clink, 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 bouncing against each other. I have all this coin, and more and more I find that I like to spend it on myself, but I think there are better places to spend it.
Well,
If you know of a Knight of the Coin, or, I don't know, it sounds like a lot. I don't usually like authority and structure, but if you ever need a friend with coin, I think I'd like to start using this for new reasons. As he puts away the purse.
well, if the lady sees it fit that you should walk this path, she'll put it in front of you.
Okay. Yeah, if the lady. What lady?
Oh, well, we're not exactly a religious order, but as I had told you all before you left, we affectionately refer to the fates, luck, as the lady.
Lady Luck. I met a woman that reminded me of her. That's neither here nor there. Thank you, Balfour, and safe travels. I'm sure we'll see much of each other in the future.
I am certain of it, friend. Take care of each other until I see you next.
Toodaloo.
And he wanders off onto the main road, heading towards Hyven. Is there anything particular you all want to do with the day or two you have until Sigil most likely arrives?
Fyrn is going to rotate between he's going to be training, but also I think he just walks the path. Like, he basically patrols a bunch of different farms and, just make sure everyone's safe. Like, just basically does, like, what he would imagine Balfour was doing. And like after patrols, he would spend some time each day to decipher the legalese thing, because I think I
Yeah.
still have a couple hours left on that.
do,
and I forgot it existed for a while because there were more important issues.
Absolutely. So as you're kind of like patrolling the grounds, you would like generally it's because it is the middle of winter, so there's still like somewhat some snow on the ground, nowhere near as cold or as snowy as it was in the north. There are some bare trees mixed with evergreen trees. It's quite peaceful though compared to the antagonistic winter of the north. This is for you quite calm. But for everyone, it would be this sort of dead of winter vibe. It's very February right now around you. But if you just are hanging out and chilling until he comes, then we can jump forward to that.
Did
Cool,
we
cool.
want to go check out that?
No.
You're muted.
No.
Septimus, you're muted.
Sorry, yeah, I was. No, because the way it was described before was that it goes very deep down into the earth, and that's gonna be a whole thing for sure. Siggle's gonna be like, "Hello, is anyone home?"
I thought they were back.
We'll be fighting freaking Modronius.
Madronius
Yes.
Prime.
Yes.
Glorious pride.
All right. Moldron. All right. So you rest for another day. I imagine you're like, even if you have things you want to do, I imagine like for some of you, you're literally like still kind of like so tired that you're just like, I'm just gonna sit all day and chill. Read some smut.
Excuse me.
Read
Not
some
in this
smut.
house.
Well, not you, but Jacques. Those romance
Jacques
novels.
spent a lot of time in your parents' bedroom with the door closed.
I mean, you know they got it on.
Yeah, there were how many of those?
At least twice.
You don't know that. It could have been artificial.
Yep. They invented.
Yeah, the
fantasy.
farm, the farm couple, the refugee farm couple, definitely.
Turkey baster.
Okay.
No, it was actually a ladle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna move on to the day goes by, and it's the next day. So it's around midday that you would hear the carriage arrive. And stepping out would be Sigil. He looks as he does usually. He's got the mask on. He's got the wrappings over his hands. And he's but he's got the cane now, as opposed to the projection that you saw where he was standing tall. He looks a little bit more like he traditionally does for you all. The carriage is pretty simple. It's not as ostentatious as some of the carriages from the Admiralty Court. You've all have seen it before when he comes and goes. But he would knock on the door.
Septimus would go to it, open it up. Like, Sigil, welcome, please. Come in. Hope the roads were clear.
Well, it's good to see that you have all returned in one piece. I promised I would come to speak with you, answer your questions.
Well, please come to the den. Everyone? Sigil's here?
Finally.
Yes, Fyrn has been anticipating this for quite a bit. He's eager to...
Something at the bit, some might say.
Yeah, I would say that this farm life doesn't suit me very well.
Given everything we've learned, he's eager to move on to the next task.
Yes.
But as I tried to explain to him, as of right now, we may not know what that exactly is.
Well, there are many tasks available to you all. And you're free to take what you wish, and also you're free to, although you may not wish to, take a long rest. But what is it that you need knowledge on? What do you want to know?
No, Bruce. I mentioned Bruce since Sigel's arrived is still just kind of like reading, like just at the table, just reading his grandpa's books, and it's like he's still, you know, he doesn't have his like 1,000-yard stare anymore, but he's still not,
Yeah.
you know, jovial as he was previously. Sorry, were you gonna say something?
Well, maybe, I guess, the first place we can start is maybe shed some light on what's happened to Hyven since our departure. I mean, last we recollect, we embarrassed ourselves, nearly got myself killed, tussling with the De Leons. I'm sure there's been some whispers, some chatter, rumors, all of what's happened to Iron and Mana.
Most in the streets believe that you all are dead. Some believe that you fled the After Islands altogether, fleeing either to Gwenvalir or to the main continental islands near Halcyon. Some believe you fled into the far realms, the far beyond, where we have not settled. The old continent of Duvain. And some think that you are somewhere out in the fields, hiding. Suppose correctly.
And how has the Commodore presented this? She knows that we're alive, but I imagine to keep her reputation, did not speak well of us.
She did not. She is presented Iron and Mana as deserters. Deserting their duty to Hyven as its protectors. There are new adventurers for Hyven. They are not as special as you all, but
Aw, we're special.
new adventuring groups are sprouting. Most notable is a group led by a monk, and a sorcerer. Trying to clean up the streets in the northern districts.
Was this group instated by the Commodore or the Governor himself?
Not yet. They have not issued full rights to another group. Perhaps they saw what happened with their first one and thought it wiser than to put all of their eggs in one basket.
This group, led by the monk and sorcerer, do they have a name?
There may be one, but I've not heard it. I'm assuming they've
shame.
been around since you all left, so they might still be forming their name. I'm sure Iron and Mana was not immediate.
No, we had a better name before, but no one liked it.
But yes, Hyven is shifting. These upstart heroes sprout overnight, and many have died thinking that they could do what you could do. Challenge crime lords. But Hyven is still Hyven. This Mr. Greaves that has presented himself has not changed much other than his corner speakers shouting out negative stories about the Commodore.
You say that Mr. Greaves has returned, but what does that mean for the city? Has he shown himself in public? Has he made his, intentions clear? Besides slandering?
Sigil told us this, that he's directly challenged the Commodore and came out in the open and said, "Look, here I am." He was a nondescript man, as I recall, with a mustache.
But, since then, has he done any more presentations?
In essence, he's declared he's essentially declared the Widow's Ward as a separate district from the rest of the city. Claimed it as his territory. Claimed it as not bound by the laws of the Commodore. And his cronies spread his word, trying to persuade the people of Hyven to believe in Mr. Greaves.
And how has the Commodore responded?
She has locked herself away. Nobody quite knows what's going on in her mind right now.
But is she in Hyven? Or has she fucked off to Ejja City?
She fled to Ejja City the second Mr. Greaves presented himself. Which is why few have had contact with her. And following suit of Mr. Greaves declaring the Widow's Wood its own free district, a presence of the Aradunai has sprouted in Piscator's Row at the old forgotten tavern that they once called a meeting place. City is factioned off now. There was always factions when you were there, but it was all kind of quiet, under the radar. Anyone could walk into the Widow's Ward, anyone could walk into Piscator's Row. It's only if you knew where to look that you could find the factions. Now, they don't know you in Piscator's Row. They don't know you in the Widow's Ward. You might find yourself at a dangerous street corner. Admiralty Court is closed almost every day. It's very hard to get in and out.
Who protects the Admiralty Court when the Commodore is gone? Does she still have a strong presence?
There's still a garrison, yeah.
Well, if we were to return, we would have a little bit of authority there if she didn't intentionally tell them. We still have papers from her, right?
Your papers are void. She announced you as deserters.
In fairness, we did desert her.
Doesn't mean you would not be allowed to enter Hyven, but you will no longer be able to easily enter the Admiralty Court.
Oh, I'm sure I could get us into the Admiralty Court. My old friend, that guard that I talked to all the time.
No. No, we need to play it smart when we make our reappearance. Our reputation has been stained, but I'm sure there are those who would see some hope in us returning, especially thinking that we're dead.
There are those who would
What
look fondly upon the memory of Iron and Mana. Jackie Touche's shows are quite missed.
I know they are. I feel it.
You haven't mentioned the Temple District. What news of there?
What news? What did you ask? What you wish to ask, Septimus?
What is he on about? What have you done?
Are you saying that the town is broken, fractured? Who holds control of the Temple District? Or has it been... And... has there been an upstart?
Your little project, I presume is yours, has grown in a world with very few helpful leaders, hopeful news. Many have flocked to the Temple District, seeking answers from beyond. And other than the revelry, the other temples are a bit stuck in their ways. So, the new temple that has started, whispering words of the Machina, well, particularly those who are fond of Iron and Mana, flock to it. Given your companion Sal's positive presence, you would probably find that to be the place that is most friendly to you when you arrive in Ivan.
It's wonderful to hear. Hal has exceeded my expectation. But I imagine the Ardunai who have taken hold of this city have their sights on Machina's whispers.
Yes, especially considering the depletion of their own temple from that district.
Jacquet gives a side eye to Saskia.
The
So go-
Ardunai are unhappy.
I forgot about that.
Sigil,
Yes.
we wish to make it. I'm not. I guess I can't speak for all of us, but if I were to return to Hyven, I wish to make a difference. You know, we come back stronger than we once were. But what I've learned from past experiences is that it's impossible for even a venturing party as proficient as ours to change a city alone. You speak of what do you want for Hyven? If we were to return, how would you suggest we proceed?
To be honest, Fyrn, my mind is in other places than Hyven these days. Other than that it still stands tomorrow, I have little concerns over the fate of Hyven right now. But if you are seeking to make a difference in the city, well, I would suggest asking the people what they want. And envisioning what Hyven you want.
Well, I plan. I mean, maybe this is maybe we should discuss this as a group, but if we were to return now, though I'm sure that many of the factions would be against us, and we would have to work our way into expanding. And it might take a long time.
Given
But
what Sigil said, we have a nice foothold in the Temple District.
I suppose that's a
Yeah.
good start.
I don't know. Well, we'll have to see what these followers of Machina are like.
But what I'm trying to say is, maybe we should take a page out of Mr. Greaves' book. If we were to use Sigil here, a respected member of the community, as our face, and perhaps used him to hire adventurers, as he's been known to do before, we can work quietly without causing attention to ourselves, and build, men, people who want to, work for our causes. Until
I'm sorry. Are you talking about building an army of adventurers? Did I hear that correctly?
I wouldn't say an army, maybe more of a peacekeeping force.
We have much to discuss, Fyrn. And I like where your head's at.
All I'm saying is, if we plan on dealing with something as terrible as the things that we faced in up north, I want our city to be prepared to fight back. And the way it is now, we won't stand a chance.
I agree wholeheartedly.
You're more likely to find the forked tongue of politicians and crime lords in Hyven than the troubles of the planes of existence. But you're not wrong. If there is trouble to be had in the future, a divided Hyven would be an easy exploitative base. And it is as divided as it ever has been.
I already fear that some extraplanar entities have already weaseled their way in to the elements of Hyven.
Undoubtedly. Hyven has become a beacon for powerful people. As far as the factions go, Harborside and the main street are considered neutral territory in Hyven. You won't be accosted there. You will be rejected from shops if you have no alignment to whoever protects them, whether it's the Aradunai, the Commodore, or Mr. Greaves, or independent heroes. The Lighthouse District is contested. It has become extremely dangerous to be there without weapons or in numbers, especially at night. Factions compete for that territory.
Sorry, they compete for empty buildings in desolate land?
Yes, they compete for space to expand.
So, if we showed up and took up a slice of that pie, it'd be quite the statement.
It is the highest point of Hyven. Whoever controls it and can rebuild the lighthouse, or at least build something upon the ruins of the lighthouse, would be able to see across the entire city. I think that's not just a space thing, but an ego thing as well for these factions. The Aradunai, of course, want the entire city, and they want it to be run the way they want it to be run. The Mr. Greaves, of course, also wants to run it how he wants to run it, but he is a little bit more laissez-faire. The garrison is just trying to keep order. They rarely leave the Admiralty Court, though. But if you return to Hyven, regardless of whatever position you take or statement you make, there will be work for you periodically from me if you wish to participate. Like I said, you are free to do as you wish. Now that you have returned from your harrowing journey, I would not be surprised if you wish to just live for a little while. There will be contracts available. Are there other things you wish to know?
Bruce looks up. Sigil, what do you know about the ether?
The ether.
Yeah.
Curious place. It has been called the dregs of existence, the repository, the place of the lost, or the place of lost items, lost memories. It is a heavy place. It is part of the astral sea. When things are lost in planar travel, they find their way to the ether. It's a realm of space, not of time. It's what gives... It is its own place, but it's also a part. It gives, for lack of a better way to put it, life to the highways between the planes, the byways we use. Without the ether, there'd be no travel between planes. But because of that, it's also somewhere where things sink and are lost. In the astral sea, you'll find all sorts of strange things. The corpses of dead gods, whole cities, whole peoples who have always spent their time in the astral sea. It's a peculiar place. But God dies, its corpse slowly sinks until it reaches the ether, like a whale dying in the ocean to become a feast for scavengers. And the ether is home to scavengers. It's where it's all ground down into the material of the world and recycled.
Looking to Bruce and looking back. The scavengers that you speak. How strong can they be or become?
Quite. They tend to never stop growing, unless they are killed. They are timeless, so they do not die of old age and senescence. They used to be quite a problem for the material plane in time before time, back before the Morasir conflict. And he sort of waves his hands, and a scroll appears in his hand. And he lays it on the table and unfurls it to show a map of Aldhalor. Which, for those of you who've never been to the rest of Aldhalor, you can now see, where the fuck is Halcyon? What is this place? And you'll see the Alfdal Islands in the right. And you'll see there is a massive continent or large island that is just like blank, because this is what he referred earlier as the lost island of Duavane, where there are no known settlements of Alman. It is just rogue, wild machina and demons, and whatever naturally lives there. There may be people there, but they have not been. There's no contact that's been made with those people. You see the island of Aldhalor, which is right dab in the center of the map, and you can see there's this peculiar area on the northwestern side of Aldhalor that has these a bunch of calderas in it. That have and you'll see within one of those calderas is an island with Halcyon described there. Aldhalor is the Aldhalor is the territory of Halcyon. All of Aldhalor is theirs. And then in the north, you can see a long continent hugging the northern part of the map, which is labeled Nordicos. And Fyrn, you know, this is your homeland. You can see the bay where your tribes live. But then there's a massive caldera called the Triton Caldera. And he points to the center of it. And he says, here there is a massive rift ripped open in ancient times that once used to belch out these scavengers. It was once connected to this ether. No one really knows what has come of it since the Morasir conflict. And of course, there's this little island over here, which he just, which you would all recognize as Aldhalor, which is the island that you were offered a contract to go to and winter in, to protect the research group that went there. But he flinks his hand and the map rolls back up and he vanishes it into a wrist pocket. So yes, these creatures can be quite formidable. But they don't last long on the material plane. Their timeless biology does not like the arrow of time.
What if a being that is not originally from the astral sea, something that is bound to time?
Those would not be affected by the arrow of time in that same way. The scavengers quickly age and die. They have a very limited lifespan.
Has there been a case before where a being outside of the astral sea has gone there to scavenge and accumulate?
Oh, absolutely. There are many who seek passage to the astral sea, and specifically to find esoteric things and bring them back. It's also the means by which we travel. Anytime you teleport, you don't realize it, but you are passing through the ether in the astral sea. You may not recognize it, you may not know it, you may not even remember it. You may have spent years there. Time doesn't pass, and if you forget it, nothing happened. You come back on the other side of your teleport spell, where you intended. People don't even understand they may have spent so much time in these places, but they'd have no way of knowing. There was, in fact, in history, there was a terrible incident where a teleportation was done with materials from the ether, and was shattered the sky. Took decades of repair from wizards and druids and sorts to fix it. This, of course, is only spoken about in text from the pre-Morse era.
Have you been to the Ether?
I have.
I think he means in the sense where you're not just passing through, teleporting, but recall.
I have been to the Ether.
I was there.
Impressive. But it also explains your nervousness, perhaps. Taxing on the mind, right?
Quite. It took a little bit of time to get used to. Get around and navigating. I think I wanted to bring to your attention scavengers were all throughout the Ether. And they reminded me a lot of what the Modrons looked like. I got spoken to one of them through the entity that called Lacuna, or by the entity called Lacuna through one of these scavengers. It recognized me while I was in the Ether, and it said that it was recycling and getting all the material it could to raise an army.
Lacuna. I have more I can share with you about this figure, Lacuna, that I have learned.
Please.
It was once part of the great chain of Modrons. When a Modron dies, it is replaced by another Modron instantaneously. The longer a Modron lives, the higher ascends these ranks. Highest of these ranks is Primus. There's no one being known as Primus. It is the recycling of Modron after Modron after Modron. This system allows them to be immortal, forever entities. But there is, in this great chain, was formed a lacuna, a gap, a rogue Modron. It did not follow its nature and refused to be part of this great chain. Challenging Primus. Challenging their entire society, if you can call it that. And with each day that he was part of their chain, he corrupted more Modrons, after Modron after Modron, breaking their programming, breaking their purpose, their nature. You see, Modron don't have Alma. They don't have this freedom to choose. They are just simply knowledge acquirers. Their sole purpose is to acquire knowledge and report it back to their chain. in a wait for a great march to audit the universe. And sure, the demons are demoning, the devils are deviling, the angels are angeling, and so on and so forth. But it has never happened before. There's never been a great march. If what your golden friends say is true, then the current iteration of Primus is preparing for a great march. The first. Now, how this relates to Lacuna is unknown, since Lacuna works in opposition to Primus. If he is forming, or this entity is forming an army, perhaps they wish to have their own march, their own great march.
This outcome goal being what?
That I am uncertain of. But given Primus's directive of balance, seemingly Lacuna rejects that vision. So I am certain whatever he intends, or it intends, is not going to be as simply some charming little robots asking questions about your day-to-day life.
It might not be an audit. It might be expunging all data.
Could very well be.
What a piece of shit.
These creatures, they don't operate off of moral compasses. They are driven by instincts. They're more akin to animals, despite their ability to intellectually speak with us. They have a directive. Or perhaps something else is drawing Lacuna here. Something that maybe was that first spark in his mind of freedom. Something different, something that can go against Primus. And he looks at you, Septimus. A whisper of something.
Septimus is just silently thinking.
Whatever it is, I intend to try to understand it. It will take some time for me to put myself back together. There will be work when I can offer much. Things I can't do. Things I can't achieve yet. But I need agents. Trustful and powerful. Possibly more dangerous work than I've given you in the past.
More dangerous than Samalto?
More direct than Samalto.
That would be appreciated.
There are beings that would rather see me dead. That I would rather they be out of the picture.
What kind of beings are we talking about here?
As you can see, I have access to tremendous magics.
Clearly.
And that sort of access draws the eyes of all sorts of beings, whether they are Ulman, fiendish, aberrant, celestial, fey. I have something that they want.
What could you have that draws the eyes of all these beings?
Specifics can come with future contracts. But if you wish to end our partnership after this final mission we had together, I would understand.
Always holding your cards close to your chest, Sidgel. I can respect that.
I do trust you all, but I need to be careful. And he kind of looks over at Saskia when he says that. Is there anything else I can offer you today?
Do you have a... Maybe this is a stretch. I know that there's one in the Artificing Academy.
Yes,
Do you have
Bruce. I can give you access to the library teleportation circle.
Thank you.
You'll just need to get to the library.
Can do that.
Well, then the question is there anything we can do for you? Maybe some tea? I think our friend actually left us some nice pastries. I feel so rude. I apologize that we didn't offer something earlier. Septimus, come on. You forgot to have the host?
How's Lucas?
Before he answers how's Lucas, you may realize that you've absolutely never, ever, ever, ever seen Sigil eat or drink, ever. He raises a hand at the offer of food and tea. I appreciate your hospitality, but I really must leave soon to get back to the library as soon as possible.
I've got one more question for you.
But before that, Lucas is doing great.
Good.
His a life in his eyes that wasn't there the first day I met him when you sent him to my library. The books are doing him good. And I've arranged to try to get him the ability to audit some classes as well. But
What about his cobbling business? Is he still living in the Admiralty Court?
more often than not, he falls asleep in the library and doesn't get home. I've never seen someone so voracious for knowledge.
I suppose that's good, as long as, what's happening in the city isn't affecting him.
Well, his home is in a rather dangerous area of the city.
The Brigadier's district?
Yes.
What about Dolvana? Have you
Dolvana.
heard more of her? I know you were concerned last time we spoke.
Dolvana has... I'm sure her eyes taken up greener pastures, working with Sebastian Wendt and Cadmus. She's opted to elevate her station, but perhaps has sacrificed a bit of her innocence for it, as those are sharks that she swims with, as you know.
Oh, we know.
And Cadmus has fully allied himself with Mr. Greaves
He has.
under the auspices of freeing freeing the Academy of the chains of bureaucracy and the corruption of the Commodore's funding. He promises, if Mr. Greaves is the new leader of Hyven, that he will be in charge of Academy efficiency and getting rid of waste.
Too real, Sean, too real. Back it up. We're in a fantasy world.
Yeah, no. None of that,
Next we're
please.
talking about a loss of funding to anything that has to do with like outer, like different dimensions.
I know.
Too real.
No, he's not actually going to be placed in charge of the Academy efficiency. He's not going to be placed in charge of Doge, of Ardun Doge.
Ivan Doge.
Ivan Doge. But like I said, Bruce, you had one more question.
Oh, we could chat further later. I'm tired.
Fair enough. You, do you all have plans of when you will return to Hyven? Or are you still discerning that?
We'll return when the time is right. So no, the answer is no. We have not figured that out yet.
Well,
Not with us withholding any information. We are uncertain what our next move is.
I understand that your pipe, Bruce, is limited in its ability. So I will leave you this. And he places a stone on the table. It's a sending stone that correlates with one that I possess.
Fancy.
Thank you. Yeah, Bruce takes that, pockets that.
I look forward to seeing you return to Hyven. You are much missed by some, and you will find many enemies upon your return. The Aradunai are still out for your heads.
Classic.
Mr. Greaves, I am uncertain how he feels about you. The De Leon brothers have gone underground. Mr. Greaves' success is not their success. So you may find an odd ally in them.
Seems like Lady Luck just wants us to hang out with them some more.
Well, I'm sure the bad blood is dried up. And the literal blood that they washed from their cobblestones. Well, I will be on my way. Reach out whenever you wish. When
Thank
you
you, sir.
arrive in Hyven, there will be a contract ready if you wish to take it. Good night.
Toodaloo.
Good night. Sean, as he's leaving, I have actually two questions. One is, how is during this whole interaction, how is he looking? Like, is he looking kind of taller? And this is kind of the same way we saw him in his projection.
So he is certainly more energetic.
Okay.
You can't quite tell if he's. Give me an insight check.
Okay.
Sean, along
Yes.
these lines, Bruce can do his little thing, but Jacques is going to do a similar using his insightful manipulator feature.
Insightful manipulator?
Yeah.
What does that do?
So let Bruce
Oh,
Bruce
yeah,
can
we'll do
finish
that.
his thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Bruce, what'd you get in the insight check?
Only a 14.
Okay. With a 14, it's hard to tell. And what you really in your mind is maybe even paranoia, but you're like, this fucker's faking. Like, he's playing. He's like you're not. Alex, the player, doesn't know what's true. Bruce may think that Sigil is pretending to be feeble outside of the projection, but you don't know for sure.
Okay. I want to
Kill him.
Trip him
I want to kill him. I want to activate my bomb that was
under his chair.
Or rock in his head.
No. I want to message him in his head as he's leaving to be out of earshot of everybody, and then just a very blank question. Are you from the material plane?
You asking this, and there's a moment that he pauses literally in the vestibule of the door. And he turns and looks back at you, Bruce. And as you're looking to each other, shakes his head no. Doesn't it respond in your mind? He just shakes his head no.
I'll see you at the academy.
Jacquette.
So I just got this new feature called Insightful Manipulator for being a rogue. If I spend at least 1 minute observing or interacting with another creature outside of combat, I can learn certain information about its capabilities compared to my own. The DM tells you if the creature is your equal, superior, or inferior in regard to 2 of the following characteristics of your choice: int, whiz, charisma, class levels, if any. At the DM's option, you might also realize you know a piece of the creature's history or one of its personality traits, if it has any. So, given that we've discussed a little more than a minute with Sigil, whatever you want to give me, but I am specifically looking
For the specifics,
for the specifics, but also to know whether he's got, a higher class level than Jacquette, and if he's more charismatic than Jacquette. Just because, I don't know, maybe I'm just vain and want to be the most charismatic person in the room.
He does not have class levels.
That's fair.
What
about his CR level? Is it higher than our...
I'll say generally, no matter, take it as you will, he is superior to you in level.
Wow.
Charisma, what's your charisma score?
18.
You are you are his equal.
Damn.
And as far as like characteristics or traits or history, observing him with this feature gives you a little bit of, this may or may not just confirm suspicions you already have, but he does speak and behave in a carefulness that you would find suspicious. In that he is almost a simulacrum of what he presents himself as. Like he's clearly like rehearsing lines sometimes, like in the way he says things are prepared meticulously, and he is very meticulous with the answers he gives. In a sense that he is very much trying to be in control of how much information he shares with the people around him. Despite a loosening of that tightness that you've noticed also with these observations. He is revealing more to you than he has in the past.
Right.
In a way that you would almost see as risky on his part.
Well, that was
Bruce,
insightful.
before he completely leaves, after you say I'll see you at the academy, you would hear his voice in your head one last time in response to the see you in the academy. I respect that you'll keep that between us for now.
For now. Yeah.
And into the night he goes to return to Hyven. If he was ever really here at all. I think that's where we're gonna call it for tonight, so that you all can make plans for your movements next semester. Oh my god,
Semester. Wow.
your next session, your next arc. You also have the option to declare downtime. If you've got stuff that you immediately want to do that is active, that is not downtime related, we can jump right into it, or we could take some downtime and you could still do things during that, but it wouldn't be things that would lead towards active adventure encounters, but more so be like research, that sort of thing, or downtime activities. But there is now that we're no longer in a like high stakes, you kind of have to always be moving. You guys can take downtime that's a week long, a month long, several months long. Just figure out amongst you guys if you want to do that and for how long you want to do that.
Okay.
Alright,
Should we give you like a heads up prior to,
Yes.
and then like a list of? Okay, cool.
Yep. So
We'll-
if you guys
we'll-
decide
we'll
like, hey,
discuss
we're gonna
and
take a
then-
week of downtime, or if you guys say we're gonna take a month of downtime, you could take you could take the rest of the winter as downtime and wait for the new year to start your adventures when the sun is finally shining. But I leave it up to you guys to decide what you guys want to do for that.
Okay.
Because nothing is timed right now. I mean, obviously there's big things happening in the world, but it's not on a time scale. Like Jacquette said, it is the kind of thing where it's like it could start tomorrow or it could start in 10 years. So it is definitely like something that is unknown to you and there's no signs of a big threat coming. Just because you are in proximity to the scavenger Modron doesn't mean tomorrow there's going to be scavenger Modron all over the islands.
Yeah.
So even if you're taking downtime, it could be a cautious downtime too, where you're like prepared at any moment to be brought back into adventure. But I leave it up to you guys to decide there, since there's no timetables right now. All right. But that is it for us tonight, folks. Thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world, and we hope you keep joining us in Paradise. Goodbye.
Woo.